What the? What's going on? This thing is not closing my box in. All right. And I want to do this. There I go. Tricked it. I tricked it. Mm. Celtics tied with the Pistons. The 114. Mm. Wow. Mm-hmm. Where the heck did I put? Nice find on YouTube. Be sure to return to the event. Okay. All right. You know, here we go again. You know. Here we go. Here we go. Mm-hmm. What you trying to do? Mm. That's crazy. That crazy right there.
Yeah,
Yo, what's the deal, man? How you feeling?
I, I'm doing great. Just got better yesterday, but I'm straight
Oh yeah. Good.
now. Your topics, I'm not gonna lie, your topics are kind of like clean. You feel me? Like I like this topic. You feel me? Because I was thinking about a lot of stuff before I even seen you or all to go live, and like I was really thinking about it. I'm like I'm posting stuff on my Instagram story saying all of this, but what I'm saying is like it's really true. So it's like, dang, that really had me in a chokehold. And then I
Mm.
was go live, and I was like, bet, say less. I knew it. I knew it was gonna be a great topic because for some reason, yo behind in that great patch, always coming up with the fire topics. So you feel me? Yeah, I needed to talk about it and get it off my chest. But like, I'm
That
not gonna
perfect timing.
immediately because I want like people to join in here. You know what I'm saying? So they can
Mm-hmm.
understand why I said what I said.
I feel it. I feel it. I feel it. Go ahead and get them shares and like going. Then we might get some people up in here. Get started.
Got
Get
it.
this junk started. That's
Oh,
funny.
and
Yeah, that's how I be like with churches and stuff. You know, I done went to a few churches that be like I done had some stuff happen in my life, and it just validated right after. Like, what the heck? It just happened to me. How the heck did you know?
Yeah, that's great, and that's what I'm saying. I'm like, because I'm in a relationship, right?
Yeah.
And they're whoa, what the crazy word is it? Is it me? Do I gotta drop and come back?
Yeah, I hear yourself. I was just about to say, I think it sounds like you're glitching.
Hold on. Let me come back.
Give me another snack real quick.
All right, I'm back.
There you go.
Okay, what I was saying was I'm in a relationship right now, right?
Right.
And there was people around me. Like I was like, not before I was in this relationship. I was talking to talking to women or whatever, but like it wouldn't get that far because they would be around these people who I used to hang around, which I called my friend, right?
Mm-hmm.
Every single time, right? I decided to want to talk to somebody. My friends came up to me and was like, "Hey, can I do this one thing?" And I'd be like, "Hmm." In my mind, I'm already know it's gonna be some messed up, yeah, right? So
Mm-hmm.
I just like like fall into it a little bit. So my friend, those people who I called my friends, those people are literally the ones to be like, oh, I'm gonna do this to see how this person that you talking to react, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they'll do it in my face, like countless of times. Even when they say they done with doing what they doing, right? They'll do it in my face completely and try to like make me feel a certain type of way. So I'm like, okay, okay, cool. You feel me? So the person who I decided to talk to and they decided to allow that to happen, I was like, okay, cool. You could do that, but you're not gonna talk to me again, right? And then they tend to call me over and over and over and over and over again. I stop it. I decline a call and then I block them, right? And now, right now that I'm in this relationship, there's 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 men, there's women, there's all types of motherfuckers around me. I apologize for the cussing, but a whole bunch of there's a whole bunch of people around me on some BS. And so the one that I'm talking to now, she came around when everybody was like saying all this stuff about me. You feel me? She was like, "Oh, I don't really like what they saying to you or about you because when you around me, I don't see none of that stuff that they say they see, right?" And now that pissed them off because now they know they can't use that person to to get on my nerves or to make me feel a certain type of way. They know they can't do nothing about it. So now, right, they gonna try to say whatever, whatever I did in my past to try to get this person to break and to turn on me. When I tell you her ability to ignore people is like top tier. Like she don't care about what they say and or do when I'm around it, when I'm around them or when they are around me. And I had this one female friend, right? She I didn't like her like that at all whatsoever, right? But then there's people who was like, oh, she like you or whatever, and I was like, okay, cool, whatever, I don't care. And then she would come around me when she in a tough spot with the person she would be dealing with, and she try to have a conversation with me, and I'd be like, okay, cool, I can have a conversation with you and not, you know what I'm saying, not it be on no BS. So she would come to me and she would talk to me about whatever the heck she was doing with that one person she was talking to, and I feel bad for her, and like I know I shouldn't have at the moment, but I did, right? And she went on a tangent when I started talking to the female that I'm talking to, talking about some oh uh Rage, you my man. I thought you knew that. Blah 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 blah. And the person I'm talking to currently was literally right there, just watching everything happen. Just like, I thought you said you wanted me. Blah blah blah. This and that. You confess your love to me. This and that. You always giving me nice compliments, and I love it, and I love you, or whatever. I'm like, bro, get out of here. She didn't want to listen. I said, get out of here. I'm dead serious. I'm not playing with you. Like, you are a conniving at B. You know what I'm saying? Because at that point, I'm so done with. Hello,
Yeah,
can
I
y'all
hear you.
still hear me,
Yeah,
or
I hear you.
am I tripping?
On your
Okay,
phone, you had, like, at
okay.
least you had a
So
phone call or something.
yeah, I had a phone call. So when I said what I said, this you were conniving at B word. You feel me? I was so done to the point where it's like all y'all want me for or want me around for is to pick on me for the sake of y'all own entertainment. Anytime I was doing bad and I needed somebody to talk to, or I needed somebody help, or I just needed somebody to, you know what I'm saying, that I could actually like take the stress off my heart with, and nope, none of y'all was around. None of y'all was around. But every single time y'all needed somebody to talk to and to actually give y'all advice, I was there. Now that I'm happy and I'm in my zone, right? Now y'all around me and y'all want me to fall into a trap that allows me to lose every single time. And I was just fed up at that point. So I was like, bro, you a conniving at B word. And I did not care. Like, I did not have no type of remorse for saying what I said. Like, I didn't care. Cause like every single time, I'm talking about like all the time, like this will happen. And then, like I get off and I'm talking to the person who I'm talking to. And I say, look, right, anything that you hear about me that did not come out my mouth, and you know, and I didn't say it with my own words, is not true. When I told her, I was like, that female that was in my life that day, that you was in my life too, and you saw what she said. There's a couple of things that she said that were true. I did compliment her. I did think that she was, cute or whatever. But I never once texted her and said, "Oh, I'm into you," or "I'm in love with you." I never once said that. And she was like, I do not care about none of that stuff that I hear on the internet. Like, I don't care. Like, those people can say whatever they want to say. If you can come to me and always tell me the truth and not lie and make me look stupid, then I'm good. We cool. And I was like, damn, hold on. So you mean to tell me, out of everybody that I've always talked to, and they've had these negative reactions to everything that I always did, no matter if it was good or if I did it because I needed to do it because stuff was getting crazy and everybody hated me against what I was doing and what I was saying, you are the only person that can come forward to me and say you don't believe what you don't believe everything you hear from other people's mouths. Like, it kind of hit me because I'm like, I've dealt with this for so long. Like, there are so many people that I have been talking to or have been friends with, or You know what I'm saying? People who I genuinely care for. And when I did do those things that I showed them that I cared for, they took that and they stabbed me in the back with it. Everyone. Now you come along and you tell me F these people and what they talking about. And if we gonna be good, then me and you are gonna be good, and nobody else. We don't need nobody else saying anything about us that we do not care for at all. And I'm going to stay with you, regardless of what somebody say and what somebody don't. That was when I realized that me being by myself and me staying quiet and paying attention to what other people did was the best thing I could ever do. That's when I knew I knew that there's nobody that could actually tear me down ever. And they could do what they want, they could say what they want, but one thing they can't do is tear me down, because every single time I'm gonna get back up and I'm gonna fight back harder than the first time when I fell off. Now I have a clear mind. Like, now I can talk about whatever I want to talk about and not have to worry about nobody judging me. Like, it is mind blowing to me. I'm not gonna lie. So find somebody real, and especially in a generation like this, like, is so mind blowing to the fact that every single night I literally cry myself to sleep, because it's like, didn't nobody understand where I was coming from or what I was doing, and now all of a sudden there's just one person that actually cared and decided to take their time and talk to me, and stay cool to whatever I was saying and not tear me down. I cried. I cried because I've never had something so real in my life. And now that I have that, of course I'm gonna do everything to keep that. You know what I'm saying? And I was posting this, I was like, bro, people will try to, like, they'll blemish your image on purpose just because they want to be entertained. But then if you was to do that same thing that they did to you, all of a sudden you a bad guy. That's the craziest thing. And I laughed. I laughed at these people, because now you see exactly how it feels to treat somebody wrong and to be treated back wrong in your face. Now you can't handle it because now you're weak. Now everything that you have ever done to tear somebody down for the sake of your own entertainment, you don't like it, because it goes against what you do or what you believe in. You believe in hurting people and people not hurting you back. It's the same thing when they say, um, if you're a woman, don't hit a man, right? These women know these men are stronger than them, right? But they still take it upon themselves to hit these men. And then when that man turns around and then hits them back, now all of a sudden it's a problem. Why? Because you decided to put your hands on them first. And they were so done that they turned around and they hit you back. You knew the consequences already, but you still decided to dive into what you were doing. It was the same way for that, but it's just in different situations. Like, I had these people trying to break me and her up by saying some of the craziest shit ever. Oh, he talked to this female, he talked to that female, he done gave that female news, he done gave that female news. Like, he just all over the place and he don't know how to control himself. She sat back and laughed at these people. And they felt so bad to the point where they had to step away from me. And I was like, okay, cool. If y'all gonna step away, y'all can't handle the truth about yourselves, then y'all don't need to be around me in the first place. Because I'm gonna make sure every single time y'all are around, something like this happens, because that's a way for me to keep the fake people out and allow the real people to roll in and to actually listen and learn something, and not always do the same old BS that y'all always do every single day. Now my life is so much more clear than yours, and yours is failing because you have these same negative people around you, and you're still allowing the same stupid stuff to happen, and you're not changing it. So now your life is complete a complete waste, and my life is actually looking better because I decided to change something. They don't have that strength to do that at all. But I'm sorry for ranting. Yeah, I appreciate y'all for letting me do that. But I'm gonna let Miss Lovely, you know what I'm saying, speak. I said my little why why I'm glad that you went live because I really did need to talk about that.
All right, I feel you on that. Indeed.
Hey, Rage, I really appreciate you for, kind of expressing your experience. And with Kev, I get so mad at him for asking all these questions, but it's really the questions that people need to learn how to process through and respond to. And one good thing that you said about that when we were talking about like being used, whether it's good or bad, was you mentioned the word treatment is like how you're treated. It's sometimes if you feel used by someone, sometimes it's mental, physical, financial. We all know that. It's like, that piece. So there is a form of treatment that comes in with, because when I think of used, I think of like being utilized. It's almost like are we investing into the other person, or are we? And I think you put this on here, Kev. I thought, oh yeah, sacrifice. When I was reading that, and I was like, wait a minute. So are we sacrificing? So are we actually making a sacrifice for that person? So it kind of tied into that, with sometimes people don't realize, what they have until it's gone. I know that's very cliche, but it's like people will use people to get out what they need to get. But sometimes it is good, sometimes it is bad. um, I think I don't think of it as being used. I think of it as like people just maneuver through people, or I need you for this and I need you for that. It's kind of like with parents or relationships. I need my parents for one thing, I need my grandparents for another thing. I think it really, when I'm thinking of usury, good or bad, I think of needs being met. And sometimes people just take advantage of their own needs, and don't reciprocate that back to other people. I guess, Kev, we kept bringing this up like even last week, the selfishness, like that user is like, is it selfish or is it selfless? So I think it could be, good or bad used.
True.
I'm glad that you said that because like early I woke up early this morning. I woke up around like two something in the morning, right? And like I'm up, me and my girl are on the phone, but my girl is asleep. Right? I noticed that she's asleep, she's quiet. She, you know what I'm saying, her background is on and playing and whatever. And I'm just sitting up here and I'm just chilling, right? And I'm scrolling on on TikTok, and all of a sudden I get a ding, right? And I look over and it's her telling me, um, I love you and I miss you and I'm going back to sleep. When I saw that, my heart, the way my heart felt and the way I wanted to cry right there, it was almost just like if she was literally like right here and she saw me like up, and I was like kind of like in my own head thinking about a whole bunch of stuff, and I felt like the world is just always against me. She came out of her own body, her own breath, to say that she loved me before she went back to sleep. And I'm like, dang, she didn't know that I really needed that because I'm up, everything is going in my head, and like I like I'm trapped and I don't know what to do. And then she just tells me she loves me, and put it this way. That mattered to me. That is a big part of her waking me up. And on the inside, even though I was already awake, but she just awakened me even more by saying that those 6 words that I needed to hear. And honestly, that's where I feel like you feel me. Because if she was a bad person and she saw me up and like I feel like I'm going through a whole bunch of stuff, she wouldn't say anything at all. She'd probably wake up and then see me up and then hang up. But being that she has some good to her, she looked at me. I guarantee you she probably thought about it before she said it. She thought and then she said it. And I promise you, like I feel like I feel like I don't even know the word because I feel completely amazed all the time. Like I'm so glad that I met her. You know what I'm saying? Like she make my heart pound on a daily basis.
You know what that reminds me of, Rage? And now that with Kevin bringing up this, how do you know if you've ever been used? I think it's if you've been through something, if you've been through an experience before and you've been used before, now you know that you've been used. So the experiences that you have with like the prior people is gonna, it's like you have to learn your lesson of, man, I mean, and I'll give you an example. I was married for 17 years to a man that I met when I was 18, and I helped raise his 3 boys, and I became very close to them. But over the years, over time, and then before we got our divorce, I was like, wow, there were certain things that I didn't recognize with myself. With that, I felt like now that I look back at it, I was like, wow, I was kind of being taken advantage of, and kind of used. So I had to learn things from that relationship in order to identify or understand what it was going to be like when I got into a new one. And like with my husband now, we've been married almost 9 years. But there's this saying that says, I may be a bitch, but you made me this way. And I think, Kev, you even put on here boundaries. I'm like, man, I'm hitting all these key points tonight. It's like there are boundaries that you have to set once you realize if you've been taken advantage of or being used or, it's almost like we have to go through it in order to grow through it. That's what I always say.
Mm-hmm.
It's like we don't know unless we go through it. I was not silver spoon fed. Believe me, I entered a life that it had its amazing experiences. And I think you mentioned, Rage, that you said like you were more like you became more observant, and like once you were by yourself, and I call it what I call exploring. I've just explored different experiences. So I think that there's a good point proven on that, being used and being not used. It's almost like you had to have been used in order to know not to be used. I think it has a lot to do with control too. When you feel like somebody is controlling your
Well, yeah.
emotions. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Sorry, I was just. Sorry.
Unoriginal, reproduced content. This is aligned with For You video.
I got you. Hey, go ahead, Tan. How are you tonight?
What is
I'm good.
this?
I'm good. How y'all doing?
We're good. We're good. Happy Saturday. It is Saturday.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for
it is. I'm sorry. I thought somebody's speaking on.
No worries, no worries. I know, Kev, like, because Rage was talking and I was talking. We're just trying to get the live started back up and get it
Oh, I say
going.
I got a
So,
restriction. I'm trying to see. Your live is not eligible for
really?
restricted search
I did not say
because
nothing wrong, Kev.
it
I
may
didn't even
contain
cuss. So,
unoriginal, reproduced content. This is the
Okay.
line.
So tonight is this
my
is
girl is here.
so
Go
is
ahead,
this the
Tan.
topic. So I mean, are we, the topic we're answering those questions or?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. If you want to at least start with the first one, that's all we've really started with so far. Honest, my girl's here. I got you.
So, how do you know if you're being used, good or bad?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
That's what we were kind
Um,
of.
I feel like I guess a lot of times depends on the person and the situation, because a lot of times if you're a good, genuine person and you don't have those bad intentions, a lot of people who are like that, they don't even know that they're being used because you don't go into it looking. You know what I'm saying? You're doing it because that's your heart, that's who you are, and that's the most of the people that get screwed over. You really don't realize that you're being used a lot of times until your user exposed that you're being used, or until you wisen up or you get tired of being used. Mm.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
I don't even know if it's a good way to be used. Is that what it's asking also?
Either way, and it's really all about your ideas on that.
Okay. Yeah. Well, on that, I don't feel like it's a good. It's not a good way to being used. I feel like only person that could see a good way in being used is a user. And since I'm not a user, I can't answer that.
Right. I love that response. That was
Yeah.
perfect.
So
That's kind of the way I was
Wait,
putting it.
say that again. You said you can't
Uh-huh.
get used in a good way.
I was just about to say that.
She said the only way that a user, like, yeah, well, say
no,
it again, Tan.
what I said was that I don't know if it's a good way of being used because I'm not a user, so I can't
Huh?
relate. I mean, if you can explain it to me, then do that. Because I feel like if you're trying to
Wait, which
refer
one?
to as if you're trying to say as if something, say like, okay, so I understand what you're saying. I guess maybe if you're seeing it in a way as if she admires and enjoys your sex, this, and the third. I guess if she using it up, I guess that's a good way to be used or something. I don't know. Enlighten me.
Don't you work a job?
Yeah, I do work a job.
Don't they use you?
They don't use me because the job is for me to pay my bills.
Okay, I got you then. All right,
Yeah,
let's
so
rock with that then. If you don't feel like you're being used
I
for their
no,
job,
I was just about to say, yeah,
I don't
you
know.
definitely get
We can
no,
rock with
used.
that.
no. Because listen, okay. So if you want to work, so you want to say I'm being used. So if I'm not working that job, and if I don't have my
And no
own
longer
company,
using you anymore.
hold on, okay, yeah, elaborate. And if I don't have my own, company, if I'm not self-employed doing this, that, so how am I supposed to pay my bills?
Well, so
So what you have to realize, for exchange, there's no
You have to
robbery.
use your car to pay your bills too, right?
For exchange,
I was just gonna say that.
fair exchange, there's no robbery because I'm working to get paid for what I'm doing to pay my bills. So I don't understand how you feel like that's being used.
But that's the thing though, right? That point what he's saying, you just said they're not using you, right? But in order to hire you, right, they gotta use everything that you done
We're
said to
just
them.
gonna say she working. Since it seems like she don't like the word used, then we're just gonna say you're
Uh,
Well, I
working for
mean, you
them.
can call it whatever you want. I mean, so you're saying that you and your mother and all your family before that everybody owned their own business?
but no, that's
Hold
their.
on, no,
Nah,
hold
they
on,
nah. He just
hold
simply
on,
saying that
hold
that
on,
that that they're being used, far
hold on.
as
That's fine. No,
when
no,
it
that's
comes to your
I don't
job.
know.
Your
She
job.
asking the question and looking
yeah.
for an answer, or you just answering your
No,
own
no.
question? I'm trying to
What
see.
do you mean? I asked you a question. Are you not able to answer it?
I got you. I
She
got you. I
wants your
got you.
thoughts. She wants your
I got
thoughts.
you. I thought I used examples though. So ask it again.
What I said to you is that you came from your parents, grandparents, all of
Right.
them own their own business and everything. They never worked for anybody, right?
That's what you got out of that? No, I never
No,
said that,
that,
but
no, no,
we can
no,
rock that.
no. Listen. Okay. Well, we can agree to disagree, and I'll move on.
What are we agreeing to disagree on? I don't get it.
Whatever it is that you have to say, your opinion, your thought. I'm speaking my mind, expressing my opinion to the questions.
Okay,
When
you got
I
it.
asked you
You
one
got.
and you didn't want to ask, you just want to be argumentative. I don't know
I didn't
why.
even say no. All right.
You
Okay,
want
that's cool.
to be argumentative. You're not listening.
No, that's
That's
just let her. Just let her. It's cool. That's cool, man. It's cool. All right. So yeah, that's cool. Then. So that's your answer. Then that's cool. What you got for us, man?
Hey,
I think you could be used good and bad. I think people do that shit every day. Yeah, I think how do you know if somebody being used? You know somebody being used when they don't give you shit in return. You know when you being misused when you realize that a person is taking advantage. When you realize that you done gave this person numerous times, like, or you just start to sit up here, like, meaning you got people who gives out rides for no gas money. They don't even look for gas money in return, right? But you had that same person who hitting that person up for gas, constantly asking them for a ride, but never offering to sit up here and say, hey, I appreciate you for going out your way these past couple days. I'm gonna just give you this, throw you this type of money, just cause you've been helping me out. Versus somebody who just sitting up here getting rides from your ass and not looking to offer, not looking to, they don't care. They just really using you for their own personal benefits, or their own gain. I think good use is um, when somebody is sitting up here using you for as um, let me think.
Teammates. I mean,
Yeah,
so many.
I think when you're being used for good, a person not doing anything to sit up here and put you in a position to make you feel guilty. You get what I'm saying? It's like if I did it, um, far as meaning, if I needed my pops to sit up here and I needed him to come help me with my car, right? And he's like, he don't feel like, oh, I'm just using him. Um, I'm trying to think of a way to put, because I believe that you could use people for good too, because everybody's not doing malicious things when it comes to needing
Do
you.
you be used by God sometimes for people that
Most
believe?
definitely, I
Okay.
believe
I
so.
don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe that's negative too, though. But
I
whatever.
get where Honest is coming from,
Nah,
though,
I
too.
get, I definitely like this fucking question because it's picking at my brain.
No,
I'm just
it
trying to
is.
get it
It's
together.
kicking our ass.
Some people can't take the picking of the brain, but it's okay.
You know what reminds me of when Honest used that example of like having her dad come over and pick up her car or fix her car or help with her car. I don't like to, I guess that was what I brought up earlier was the word utilize. I'm utilizing you because it's actually adding value to me. But again, am I gonna, can that person utilize me in a similar experience? Like you probably don't have to go fix your dad's car, but you're probably going to do something for him in return, maybe make him dinner, or
Yeah,
do
like
something
taking
like
out
that.
ease. Like I'm not just like misusing you, if that makes sense. Like I'm
Yeah,
actually, I'm
yes.
not abusing you when it comes to using you. It's more like, okay, if I need you to sit up here and watch my kids for a couple hours, I'm gonna use you to to watch my kids. But at the same time, I'm gonna also make sure I give you something in return to let you know I'm not just using you to take advantage. I'm actually using you and appreciating you.
Right.
When I can't use nobody else,
So
because
that's one.
nobody else.
So that I didn't know that the word, like love, family, appreciation. I didn't know that's the word is now used because if you're having your dad do something for you, he's doing it out of love. Your family, this that that's using somebody.
that is.
Hmm?
That's why I use the word utilize. Like it's like
So
we
But
all need
using and
people.
utilization pretty much coincides. You just
Yeah, but I think it's a need. It's like if there's a need that needs to be met.
I
I
need you.
guess. Yeah, I need you. So
okay. So if
So the
am I?
real question is, would you rather be useful or useless?
I'm gonna be useful, but I'm not gonna be used. Just because you're useful doesn't mean that you're being used. The
Um,
ideology that you
Oh
have
my God.
been, listen, oh my God.
I
I,
think
I don't even know how y'all can live life thinking like that. Like
no.
it
How
I
do you
think
use the
on.
word useful and then not and then minus the use part in it? I don't get it.
I
because
think.
first of all, it's two different words
Well,
and two
Honest brought up
different
a good.
meanings.
So just say full. I'm gonna be very full.
Yeah, two different words and two different meanings. You're trying to
and
be, yeah, you know what? Listen, what you're trying to do is only going to work if a person, like you say, you don't have to don't use their brain. You have to be like mindless or,
Don't
don't,
use your brain.
or else you cannot comprehend. Because if a person is doing something for you out of love and care, that's using them.
yes, that is.
Well,
Yeah,
I think
well,
it's
listen. Well, you know
Honest brought
what?
up a good point about being taken
That's
advantage
why.
of.
That's why I can't comprehend because yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
because
because we get
there,
because our mind is only set to saying it as a negative thing, and we don't want to see it past it because we have been hearing it in a negative way all the time. That's
That's
the
how you
problem.
set your mind. But you're the one. You the one said that
No, because
though.
sometimes if you open your mind so much, instead of being stubborn, you can realize that it can be used in more than just one way.
I think
So
that people got to think like
this
this.
dude,
You like when I
he,
think of somebody using somebody, I think of like especially in a good way. It's like, I'm gonna go use the mechanic man to fix my car because my car done broke down. Like at the end of the day, if I ain't got no man in my household to fix it, I'm gonna go use the mechanic
how
man.
are you
So,
using
and
him if
at the
you're
end of the
paying
day,
for
I'm
a
not using him to
service?
mis. Hold on, I'm not using him to mistreat him. I'm using him to actually,
You're
you
not
know,
using him. You're paying for a
that
service.
is. That
oh,
is,
That's
because at
not
the end of the day, I'm
using.
using
is
him. Hold
So if
on,
you
I'm using him to do a job for me.
Oh
So
wow.
that I'm not doing. I'm
That's if he
using
was doing
him.
it. If
I'm
he's doing it
using
for free.
him. I'm
If
using
he
him
was.
as a way to get around in life.
Oh well, hey, it's all about understanding and comprehending. Yeah, because if you're paying for a service, you're not using a person. You're paying for their time.
yeah.
You're taking care of what they
But
need.
hold on. I don't have to go out and pay somebody if I know that somebody in my neighborhood is willing to sit up here and not charge me. At the end of the day, I'm using them to sit up here and help me get on my feet,
Oh, so
regardless.
you're bragging about
Whether
being.
it's somebody, hold on, whether it's somebody that's paying or not paying, I'm still using them to do a job. I'm still using them for a job that I'm not doing or I can't do.
Okay, so it takes it back to the border system. So therefore, you have to decide what are you doing. So listen. Okay, is it that I need for you to do this for me? I'm not able to pay you right now, but when you need something for me, I'm more than happy to do it. Are you on that level or no?
Man, what are you talking about?
I'm using them to accomplish
What?
something.
Yeah, y'all are weird.
You are weird. How you gonna come up here and
Now
this?
you don't
You
gotta do
ever
all that,
heard a
man. Y'all don't
man?
have
Man,
You
to.
ever
Y'all don't really
heard a
don't have to.
man ask
Let
you,
her.
"Are you going to be a liability to his life, or are you going to be somebody that's useful?"
You're a liability because you're a
No,
user.
I'm asking you a question, man. Like it's like you hearing half of words and you just responding. I literally asked you. I said, if a man asks you, "Are you going to be a liability to my life, or are you going to be somebody that's useful?" What would your response be?
I don't understand the question.
oh my, what
Oh my
It's
god.
okay. Yeah, I mean, like at the end of the day, she got her mind made up, so it's no point.
yo,
So
it's okay.
everybody gonna think differently from what I learned, even in general, though. So whatever. We can't force nothing on nobody, just like vice versa. So
Mm.
we could find another word for it, I guess. But
There's no need to do that though when it's literally
yeah,
like
but you gotta realize some people you just can't talk to. That's on both ends. Like she can't talk to obviously us, and we can't talk to her. So I mean, this is what it is. You can't force nothing for real.
It's not about
That's
that.
actually something I'm just recently learning in real life. That's what got me talking about this topic though,
But
because
it's not about that. It's all about an understanding and being respectful of each other's mind and opinion and the way people think. And you have
Yeah,
to be
understanding that mean you have
respectful
to
and you
listen.
have
Then,
to
if you're trying to
value.
understand something, right, instead of still sticking to it the same way, because understanding you will be like, what do you like? How do you come up with that, and why you know whatever? Not just saying, well, that sounds silly to me, and y'all
No, 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 no,
weird.
no.
No, no,
That
understanding
reminds
don't
me
work
of
like
like,
that.
Okay,
why do
well, no, no,
you,
no.
why,
But listen
hold
though,
on,
but
hold
no,
on,
no.
Ken.
Hold on. Let me answer him though. What I
That
was
wasn't even an
saying,
answer. That was a statement, and you look. That was crazy. But go ahead. All right.
I said, let me answer you because you
It
said
wasn't
that.
a. It wasn't to be answered. It was a statement I made. You didn't have to answer
Listen,
anything.
first of all, listen. You made, even if you made a statement, I still can answer you. Period. You sit there and said it's
You know how to
not.
conversate, man. I see.
I do know how to conversate. I know how to
Yeah.
converse,
You,
and I know
that's
about a
how I know you're not
conversation.
coming to understand because you just everything, every last thing somebody say, you just gotta. I guess you want to argue about it. I don't know what's going on.
Well,
I just said
and
you can have it. I don't know what else you want.
So
why do you use TikTok?
You can't try that. It's over with. You know,
so
whatever.
you're speaking for me now?
She works with TikTok, so whatever. No,
Yeah.
because we not about to talk
Oh,
about
okay.
that for now. Yeah, so I will speak for you. So we want to switch this up because it's like talking to. I don't know. We gotta realize when we know our
We haven't
limits.
gone into, yeah, we haven't gone into the
But that's
second
your
question.
opinion. But that's your opinion, though. You have to be respectful. You're not respectful of other
But
people's
Oh
minds
my
and opinions.
gosh, I'm
ain't
just trying to move
bro,
on so we don't have to be stuck because emotions are starting to get tied into this, and we're
Okay,
not
well, move
realizing that we need to
on.
split apart from this situation.
Well, move on, sir.
Thank you.
yeah, you
All
you
right.
gotta
You're
be
welcome.
So, uh, so what are reasons people would not see they are being used negatively?
I'll let Lovely go first.
Go ahead, Rage. I gotta. I'm in the middle of
Y'all. I'ma just go
transferring
because
over
y'all
your
ain't going.
laundry. So go ahead. Go
You
ahead,
go.
Rage. Go ahead, my brother.
I'm gonna let Honest go then. You know what I'm saying? I just
All right.
Okay.
So, what are reasons people would not see they are being used negatively? I think somebody that can't see that they're not they are being used negatively is a naive person to me. That's why I think a reason why people would not see they are being used negatively because you either naive for the person or you're literally being um a person who's literally not trying to face reality with when it comes to who you're dealing with. You might be a person you might be a person who's sitting up here thinking that thinking everybody is genuinely for you, loving towards you because shit sometimes love could even blind you to believe somebody when I think I'm mastering this right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting from this. Yeah, I think either you're gonna be naive or a person who be headspace of some shit. Some people could view negatively things as good. So shit, that's another reason why you don't see it as being uh, a person using you negatively. If that makes
Sorry.
sense.
I agree with Honest.
Some
Sorry, I was just moving.
if I
I was
didn't,
moving
that makes sense.
laundry over, and I was trying to get that
Or
load,
you
the
better get the
last load
cleaning.
in. Yeah, no, I know. I've been cleaning all day. But I love what Honest is saying is more of like a naive thing where if you don't know or notice that it's almost like you're being controlled now. You don't even recognize that somebody is actually controlling your emotions. It kind of reminds me of going back into codependency and attachment issues. And I don't want to get into that area, but it really is more of, are you going to allow that person to continue doing that where you're constantly being used negatively and kind of basically like being controlled. That's what it reminds me of is and then complaining about it, or that helps people
I was about to say, even some people don't mind being used negatively
right,
because some people just care that they even being used.
yeah,
Some people just really genuinely care that somebody cared to use them for something,
right,
anything.
right. I agree, honest. I agree with that. It's like just because you just want somebody to be that's how toxic relationships are. Like even when I see relationships that are like domestic violence, relationships, and I'm like, man, you're you're controlled, you're being naive, you're being taken control of. But you're still gonna stay. You're being used for what? Are you being used for emotions? Are you being used for financial? Are you being used mentally, fit or schmecks? What are you being used for? So if you feel like you're being used and you don't recognize it, you're gonna have some challenges.
Yeah. Uh,
Interesting.
go
Interesting.
ahead. Oh,
That,
you going Reg or 10?
oh, she could go.
All right, go ahead, 10.
Or let me see. It says, "What are these people who will not see if they were being used negatively because maybe they're just not a user and they just don't see the signs or they don't recognize." Because I'm sure a lot of people that end up getting used don't go into things with the mindset that you have. Some people who know that they're being used and they accept that. But if you're the type of person that's being used, and like you all say that you know don't, if they don't see it, some people are just genuinely good people and they are not users and they really don't see it.
Ain't that part of vetting?
You said is that part of
That's
what?
probably why they get tricked all the time. So
Hold
ain't that
on,
where vetting got to come in it?
hold on, I
Good
missed it. You said
morning.
is that, you said is that part of what?
So ain't that part of what vetting need to be? Because so you don't keep getting tricked and all that stuff.
We
You're saying some
okay.
people just naturally good people, so they can't tell that they're being used. But they
So
say it a lot right after they get break up. Man, this person used me for my nanny and played me, and so I
okay,
think
well
people be
listen,
knowing.
but hold on. We listen. It's not a whole. All that is not attached to the question. It's just a plain question,
Oh
and I
my.
answered it. We're not talking about somebody being used 10 times, 100 times,
I
12 times.
got you. Okay, Tay, you got it. You got it. All right, Reg, go
I,
ahead, my brother.
okay, so some
Boy.
some some reasons why I feel like people can't see that they being used negatively is, for one, they have attention, whether it's good attention or bad attention, they still getting attention, and they cloud their mind thinking, okay, I'm gonna always have this as long as I'm still being this person who can be used in a negative situation and not have anything to gain from it. Now they think, okay, just because these people paying attention to me, now I have the world, and now I know I can do anything I want, right? But then when it starts to get too much, then I feel like when it's already too late, then they start to see why they've been used negatively. But like, they got attention, they got, their phone is blowing up now. They feel good about themselves, all of this, and that's a reason for them, for their mind to be clouded because of what they think. Also, you know what I'm saying? So I feel like some people can't see that they being used negatively.
Mm, okay. All right, let me get a 20 twin and how your live go?
How your lap go? How your lap? No, sorry. It was fun. I just literally got on there just like bothering people. That was it. So yes, we're here.
Yes, welcome. It's good
Hey,
to see
twin,
you.
I was gonna tell you last
You always
night
got to slip
also.
that in, huh? No, it ain't
I know I always got to. I know when I was on her live last night and I was like listening in.
That's
Your
what he
robe, I
said.
need that robe. I know what other robe you were wearing. I'm like, I need that.
Look. I said that's what he said. Kev said you gotta slip that in.
Whoa.
Oh
All
my
right.
God, we're turning into Kev every day. I'm sick of
Whoa
it.
there. I
Whoa,
forgot about
Damon.
Oh, the voice
Yeah,
is
that's a Kev
Kev?
comment. That's a Kev comment
No,
for
seriously,
sure.
he got us all messed up.
that.
I was like,
Man.
whoa, whoa there.
Well then, wowzers. But I think you were talking about, I want to be talking about my sweater I had on.
Oh, it was a sweater. It looked like
It
a
probably
robe.
was. Yes,
Beautiful.
it was really cozy, y'all. I be cold over here. But I hope you guys are doing well. Who made you mad,
Okay.
Kev? Yeah, I meant to tell y'all, I'm probably the only one that supposed to irritate Kev. Who in here irritated him? Like, guess what?
No, it's nothing. It's nobody for real.
Hmm?
She gets
Um,
me all day.
no,
I
it
just want to be
actually I
a
just had
headache
a very
today.
long day though. That's all it was, and I learned a lot about even things in real life. And I feel like God has placed some things in my life that made me realize something about myself. And that's the reason, only reason why I've been just trying to work on my being more patient, I guess, and realizing a lot of people, everybody think differently and all that stuff. And it's like, and it's hitting even heavier because it's
Really want to
happening in
move.
my, huh?
Sorry, I'm sorry, sorry, sorry. You said, okay, I'm listening. I hear the draining in your voice too.
No,
Just talking to certain people is just a headache.
well,
Yeah, but it's not even that though. It just made me realize stuff about myself though. It's just, um, some people that that's why I don't let people try to get to me. I try not to, and it's something more. But like I said, it's something I've learned even in real life now. Um, because like I said, I had a long day, and then I realized like it's like when they hit home, it's different. It's really different from people online and stuff, and it made me realize that it's things I do need to change about myself. So I be thinking about like how God is, and I realized that it's really like a patience thing, man. Patience and sacrifice things for the things that you feel like is worth sacrificing for. I mean, it's so much stuff, man. I'm just really I'm letting that like marinate, and then I'm also realizing how just trying to run this live at the same time too, though, because I feel like this need to be talked about. But yeah, I would just say, sure, this is something I learned about myself. Just like I felt like when I was making changes before, and I feel like things God threw in my life to really kind of test me and show me where what I need to work on it. So
I
And
gotcha. That makes sense. I can hear that in your tone. It's almost like that, kind of like that. Oh, I can't think like the word afraid I'm thinking of, but it's like when like you said, when they hit home, you're just like, oh shoot. But I think moments like that, what it does, for at least for me, when that happens, it's like it just shows you more of your imperfections, so you can never be like, oh, I've already arrived, I'm already perfect, because there's
yeah,
so many things that, oh my God, I still got to work on. So like, I can never put myself in a situation and think that like I can't understand someone else's situation. I may not be understanding or know everything about another person or could understand them or relate, but I know that there's somebody I can relate to or things I can relate to, because it's like it's still things about myself I still need to alter.
I think of
there you go. Had to slide that in there. That's what
when
she said.
That's what she said.
whenever
You have to
anybody
smooth that
always
word.
says that word,
She was so
that
she's so
word
cocky and
healed,
so smooth with it. She used her own name.
right?
Y'all both talking at the same time. That threw me off. My brain started hurting.
Well, it
I know. I
reminds
was
me
like, what
of,
happened? How they do that?
yeah, when Alter was saying that though too, it reminds me of when people say, "Well, I'm healed, and I've got everything all figured out." You don't just heal, like it's not sealed yet. Even the Bible talks about like the sealing.
Yeah,
It's
and look, I feel
it's a
that too, though.
constant. It's a
I feel that
constant.
too. And what else I learned today? It really, it's not that junk is serious. It's not all about being right all the time, man. It's not, because it's like you can you could lose people trying to be right, and everybody literally don't think the same way.
Yeah.
And that's why they say that even in relationships and stuff. And like all this stuff, like I said, I guess it took. I'm not saying I didn't know these things before, but I guess when it's heavy, when it hit heavy, it makes you realize, like, dang, you know what? I can't, everybody can't do the same thing too. And if I really care about people or know people, I just can't do the same thing. But I just think overall, when you see somebody that's not really, dang, it's not really, what was that? Because you was just talking about what the heck? I just had a brain fart that quick. was saying about. Oh, hey, what was you just talking about, lovely? Hey,
The healing, like where
healing.
people
Okay,
will say
right. Yeah,
I'm
that
healed.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that too. Right. That's just they. That's something that they gonna have to figure out themselves for the most part, though. I think I think in the way we understand what they talking about, maybe there's something they got better on or something like that. But we know overall, that nobody's gonna be 100% healed. That's impossible and stuff. I just think the fact that they even trying that's just at least at
Right.
least that's a start. Because some people can't even say that.
Mm-hmm. I
But
guess like bettering
some people
themselves.
just like to hear themselves and sound good too. So I ain't gonna lie
Right.
about that too. I ain't been healing, but it been 15 years later, and you still got the same problems. What you healing in?
Right. Well, let's put the background as Kev. We're gonna make him the topic because it's an interesting points. Interesting points here.
Can be starting
Alter, you gotta
funny
answer the
stuff.
first two.
Okay, I'll get off, Kev. Fine.
That's what she
You,
said.
you and your mods, Kev. I always got your back. I'm sick of it. Okay, now. Okay. She said the question. Get off him now. Okay. What's up, Rage?
How you
How
doing?
do you know? Hey, friend. How do you know if you're being used? Well, I'm being used to answer questions, so I don't know. I guess now. Like, I think that's how you know is like when they're actually like telling you what to do right now. But no, how do you know you're being used, good or bad? Ooh, when you're being used in a good way, I think I use it in good ways, like to do things for people. He puts us in
Mm,
situations that he uses us to bless other people or to show them things that he's been trying to show them that no other person
amen.
that they would get them that they would get that awakening or that answer from. So that's how I know I'm being used by God when He has me do something the way that I would absolutely, positively not have chosen to do had it not been for Him telling me to do it that way. Okay, because that's how I know I'm being used by Him. So I appreciate that. Um, and then also just by people, when you're just doing things out of just kindness and you're being used by people, like, to help situations, like, like I said before, we all need each other in some type of way, some type of shape or form. So you're being used by people every day to help them better them
Mm,
in certain situations. How I know I'm being used in a bad way, that's good. What is that? Is if so many different reasons, so many ways of that. Of course, if they're just trying to get you to do something that's out of your your view, something that you wouldn't be trying to do. You may be being used in a way like where somebody can be going through something crazy, or they just, let's say for instance they broke up with somebody. You don't realize that you're the one being used to make them feel better until they want to move on to the next person. So you got to know, and I can tell, like, if I'm being used by that, like, hold on, you just getting over this situation. You ain't really on that for real. Like, you just using me to feel better until you go to something else and then you throw me to the wolves.
mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So you gotta I have to watch out for stuff like that, before. And even when it comes to friends, you have to know when you're getting used by people that so-called call you their friends. They
Mm-hmm.
may be using you for just, oh, I know this person will always come through for this and for that, I kind of stuff. Like, how do you know you're being used, or you feel like, well, I'm just doing? Because I feel like that's the thing people can get confused by, or they can feel like, okay, I'm doing something good for somebody, so this is God, using me. But sometimes people are just using you. Oop, so, but yeah,
Yeah,
wow,
you got
wow.
people out here. You got people out here using they baby daddy for a come up. They using that kid as a pawn. You got some men and women out here using their girlfriend or their boyfriend to make their baby mama or baby daddy jealous. See,
Mm.
see, people getting used every day.
Every day like a rag on a hanger. Right? But
Yeah,
facts.
I think I'm gonna use Alta. to get kids some likes. So
You
Alta.
know what? And like I said, sometimes they just tell you when you're getting used.
Right.
Right, that part.
That's so funny. Well, let me start tapping because let me be useful while I'm over here.
See? You rather be
Uh,
useful or useless?
Woo!
Exactly.
Ooh.
Yes.
Let me write that down so I can steal that topic.
We talked about that earlier.
Useful or useless?
Yeah.
See, now I just use Kev for a topic. I'm sick of it.
That's facts. That's facts.
Hey, get off Kev. Get off Kev.
Oh yeah, get off Kev. Sorry, you're mine. You're mine.
He said, first of all,
That's
who
so
is
funny.
talking? Where's Kev?
I'm
I
so
know, right? Now you
I'm behind
hiding.
this thing.
Both of them. What are reasons people would not see they are being used negatively? Well, when you this is why you can't stay in a state of pitiful pity. Oop. You cannot stay in a state of pity and woe is me because you're the easiest candidate to be used. Because people are gonna
Mm,
pick at you and thinking that they're gonna come and be the saving grace that you wanted. They're just not there to stay and help you out and actually be there for you. They're gonna
mm,
use you for what they want to use you up for. This one girl, I was talking about this just on my live just a second ago. How this girl came in here and she was just like, man, I was always a person to give, and always be there for everybody and do everything for everybody. I'm like, yeah, you were the one that was being used, and because you were. This is the thing. People feel like they're being done wrong because people think they're being done wrong because they feel like I helped somebody so much, but really you were helping them out for your own selfish reasons too. And
Exactly.
because it turned around on you, now you feel like woe is you, but you know you was using them too. So it's like it's so much to go into those little things like that. But
I'm
basically,
glad you
yeah, I
brought
think
up that word pity
basically,
though too, because I brought that up earlier with talking about a victim mindset. You know, it's like poor me, poor me, poor me. But you were using people because you didn't get it the same way it was being returned. So it's a pity party.
that's crazy because
Exactly.
that's basically like being hypocrites at the same time. Like you don't want somebody to do something for you. Like you don't want somebody to do something to you that you're doing to them. But then when that person does something back to you, you're mad. You're just being a hypocrite because you're doing the same thing that you don't want them to do to you. Now you're mad because that person did something back to you.
Hmm.
You're a huge hypocrite now, and you can't say you're not because you are.
ooh, and
I
I
think
love
another way a
how I
person
said
could not see themselves being used negatively is simply, when they really believe everything people say. You get
Mm,
what I'm saying? It's the people that literally be like, "Oh, I believe you. I believe," like, and you don't believe what a person shows. You only believe what they say to you.
gullible. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Like
Gullible.
honest, like what Honest was saying, naive earlier. It's like you're naive, you're
Right.
gullible. You're just you're giving into everything, and you're not even. Yeah, I'm truly. Kev, I'm so mad at you for this.
Or it's people who sit up here and it's like they just don't want to believe it. Meaning, it's like you ever seen like people who are really close, like best friends and brothers and shit, and it be like, oh nah, that's not nah, my brother would never, and it always be the ones that be talking about, I know them. You don't know nothing.
Right? Yeah, and then,
That's
and
why
then
that's
and
why
then
they
it
could
happens to
that's why they
them.
could use you negatively because
Exactly.
you up here thinking that you know them that they would never, and like you up here not trying to put in your own mind that a person can be crooked because
They,
you love
they
them so
yeah,
much because you care for them.
they would never until they do. And there's an acronym that I've heard before. It was YET. It won't happen yet, but YET is you're eligible too.
Lala, go to sleep, Lala. She said I'm gonna name my daughter. She gonna name her daughter Naive. Like she said her
Her
next
daughter
daughter.
runs her house. Her daughter runs her house.
I'm gonna name my daughter Delulu. Okay. Okay. We gonna have Naive and Delulu.
Say that's not.
Okay.
Oh my god, I like what you said earlier though too. Honest, when you were talking about, it's a lot of people think about usury with just relationships, but it could also be parents. It could also be, but children. Some people use their children. Like I think about it. When you said that, it was like people use their children like go do the dishes. You need to use your child. It's like go do the
Yeah,
dishes.
to
Go
do
do these
slave work and
chores.
shit. They don't want to clean up their house, so I'm gonna just use my kids. Yeah, I done had these damn kids. Like shit, I'm gonna make them. I'm gonna use them for something. If I can't, I'm gonna just go out here and I'm gonna tell them to go. I'm gonna use their ass for some money. Cause
Right.
kids is a come up. Okay. I'm gonna use them to get my house in. I'm gonna use them to get on food stamps. Shit, you don't even gotta use kids to get no damn food stamps. But some people be using them kids to get extra more food stamps and stuff
Right.
like that. They be using them kids to sit up here and tell they no good daddy, hey, go pay my goddamn bill. Get your daddy and pay my bill right now. Go ask him for some money. They be, I ain't gonna lie, you got people out here using people crazy. And it's like, hey, you ever, cause I'm really noticing like some people will literally, and I say use your kids because you have your kid sit up here and ask they pawpaw for some money, ask they daddy for some money, ask like, certain people for some money just so you could not come out your own pocket. Because that's what it really be. People be having their own money. They just don't want to spend their own money. Like women, they'll sit up here. They know damn well they been working all hard as fuck at that motherfucking job. But they'll go sit up here and take that man's money and tell him, yeah, you got to pay the bill for my meal.
Selfishness.
Exactly, Rage. I was just gonna say that. It's selfishness.
So y'all catch on fast. See, you go what they say, gold diggers use what they got to get what they want.
Yep.
And guess what? The men with that money that's giving it to them, they trying to use that money to get what they want.
And they're not even digging for their own. They're digging for their own goal, but they're using you to do it.
Okay. The club is using them women to work to make some paper.
In the club, we all
In the
fam.
club. In the
Stop
club.
it.
And they want
We
to
all
make curve
family.
in
We
the
all
club.
family.
In the club. Okay.
We all family. We all family. Oh my goodness, it's hilarious.
Lala said you better get your ass on the roof.
I know.
So we all caught up. All right, we're gonna wait on Kev
Yep.
answers.
Yeah, I think with commercial break, like we need more likes, we need more shares.
We need more.
Because we haven't hit question 3, right, Kev? We didn't go to boundaries yet.
No.
We just did the first two. Also, I want to say something too, Kev. I'm so glad you have that you have patience, because when she came up in here,
Rage.
decided that we wanted to be fucking I apologize. She wanted to tell us that we were weird and that we just wanted to argue. I'm not gonna lie, I almost went off on her, and I'm so glad that you kept you kept saying, "Nah, just leave it alone," because I promise you, she would not want to be on this app no more. I'm telling you, because why everybody saying something that actually matters, and you going off the topic, and then you saying all of this and all of that, and you're not even listening to what you reading or what somebody else is saying. You just wanna say something. Like, I listen, man. I don't hit women, but I promise you, if I could snap my fingers and turn into a woman, I will drag you out this live and out your house, and I will mollywop the living brain cells that is nonsense out of your head.
Well,
Be-
they said if you put on a dress, it's equal rights.
I'm weak. I'm weak. Nah, because she had me fed up, and like she was most definitely getting us a headache and getting us upset. Like, bro,
Ain't gonna lie, Kev
like,
handled it well because I
nah,
was 2 seconds from looking like a crazy one.
And I
he,
was like, I had to sit back and be quiet too because I thought rage for you having the word rage in your name. I'm surprised you didn't go off. Kev was
I
handling that.
yeah,
I was surprised, but he handled it with patience.
I wanted to, but
And honest, I'm surprised you didn't go off either.
I was, but you
You
said
know, you gotta give people benefit of the doubt. You gotta. It's like when she came in, she was like, "Yeah, you just want to argue." That's what she told Kev. You just want to argue.
Right.
and then later
I
on,
know.
Like you must not. This your first time here. I
Yeah,
can tell.
exactly. And when that's where Kev's patience comes
I'm
in.
like, that's
He
funny. She
lets
over there
people
Matthew
have.
thing doing her. Let's see.
Yeah, you always let people have the benefit of the doubt. But you know what you do, Kev? You expose people. That's what you do. Just let them like burn themselves down. Let them use themselves.
Right. That's funny. Speaking of the topic, right?
Hey, my brother, Victory, how are you? I know we got a new person in.
Hi, Shira.
Hey, what's going on? I'm laying down, relaxing, calling it a day.
What's the deal,
What's up with you, Kev, man?
man?
La 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 la. Hey, la la.
Lay.
Hey,
Hey, Lala.
you guys were not on. Well, I think Liz was yesterday when Kev was like, when the guy was like, and I know I'm wrong about. Kev's go, yeah, we know you're wrong too. I said, oh man,
When was the, that's how
that
very well
guy
I forgot.
yesterday.
I
That
be
sent
saying
me.
anything.
You
I
put
be
that
forgetting what I
yesterday,
be
and it
saying though.
sent me. I was like, hey yo.
He
Who
probably has
said
it
that again?
recorded.
I think it was the guy that cheated on his or almost cheated on his wife or kind of
Oh yeah,
cheated
yeah,
on
Oh,
his wife.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, that was a deep conversation yesterday too. I forgot about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I told him, I'm like, I can't really take no advice from a person that's already, you doing. I don't know how to do that. And you know,
Nah, that was funny. I was like, oh, now why did he say that? He said, no, I know you wrong with. Oh no, it was the guy that came up talking about because he said something about being God or being like,
Yeah.
yes, he was talking about being God or something. And he was like, yeah,
mm,
I
we
think it
know
was
you wrong.
was it communist? Was it communist or I
I
don't know
don't
what
know. I
that
don't know
was.
his
I
name
think it
at
was
all
communist.
either.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I know who you're talking. I know who you're talking about, but I remember that conversation. But I'm trying to remember the name. But I think it was communist.
mm.
I don't know. I don't know.
Nah,
Get would
it's
have
just
to
that he said
replay the
it so
live.
fast, and I was like, oop. When it sent me, I was like, oh man, that's crazy.
Yeah, because we were getting heavy deep into like, everybody had different opinions, even on like religions and God and all that stuff. So it was like, but there was no arguing until like somebody will come up and, ooh, some people just don't know how to breathe.
There's some water. At all. That's it. Hey y'all,
Yep.
what y'all talking
Yep.
about?
Hey, Victory, how are I want to bring because I know we haven't
We
even
talk
hit.
about twin on teacup and stuff over there.
Yeah,
All the
twin
time.
always on teacup. Put
Why
all
did I not, Alter? Why did I not see that you said you don't trust her gray hair? That sent me just now.
Ooh, what happened?
that she don't trust what?
Voila.
What about gray hair?
She don't trust what?
No, there's a girl we was talking about that has
Oh,
some gray hair. And she was saying she don't trust her gray hair, and I didn't see it till just now, and it sent me. And she sent it probably like an hour or so ago.
oh my goodness.
That's
I
funny.
love you guys. I do. I swear. Like, there's very few pages that I even go to anymore, but I love being around all y'all.
What they say, I don't trust the hair on your chinny chin chin.
Honest and honest.
Hey, Victory.
Hey,
Hey,
what's going on?
Victory, how are you, my brother?
Pretty decent. How's everything rolling?
Alter, you need a tardy pass because you're so late.
No, sorry, where is your pass?
Give me my pink slip. Thank you.
Where's your pass? Go back to the teacher you came from and get a pass, or go to the
My,
office. That's what you can do.
Right. Well, you
I'm
can
my,
answer
all the way at
the
the front.
answer the first question, and we'll sign off on it.
oh, who, Lala or?
No, that ain't me. It's you. Go off.
Oh, my bad.
I'm just
How
up
you
here
know
being a
if you're
clown.
being
Do your thing.
used? How you know if you're being used for good or bad? Am I seeing that right?
Yeah.
First.
Um, based on based on results, meaning, if I'm, and I'll just use this as an example. I'm not gonna be long-winded, but um, when I do a project at work, if I'm getting positive results, favorable return on investment, that means that my project was a success. However, if I'm breaking even or not getting any kind of return on investment, that means my initial hypothesis was incorrect. So I see it that way. Is that, and then the second one, right?
Mm-hmm.
What are reasons people would not? What are reasons people would not see they are being used negatively? Well, if they're on the side of that type of thing, then no, they wouldn't. If they don't care, then no, they wouldn't. They wouldn't know if they're being used negatively or not. If it benefits them and it's a detriment to others, then they probably wouldn't see it, wouldn't care, as long as it's a benefit for them. So that's my answer with that.
That's a good point. We talked about that earlier with the reciprocal, like the reciprocation. If it's not benefiting you, do you feel like you're being used if there's no benefit that comes from you? I think that's kind of like what we're seeing. What at least the conversations that we've been having since we've been on Cat Live is that if you're not getting a benefit, if there's no benefit coming from you, do you feel like you're being used?
So if there's no benefit, and I don't know whatever the agenda would be or whatever the case, but if there's no benefit or return on investment, then you're probably being used negatively.
Mm.
If there's no benefit, there's no return on investment. Benefit meaning, there's no favorable outcome, because it doesn't have to be monetary. But if there's no favorable outcome and there's no, standing on some type of moral ground, then no, yeah, you are being used negatively, because there's moral, which is positive, and immoral, which is negative.
I like how you put that though too, Victory, is that it kind of reminds me of like how you kind of narrowed it down to kind of like and used the parable of work. It reminds me of an investment. If I'm investing in you, or I'm investing in myself, like is there a return that is going to come back? And we talked about that earlier before you came up. Well, like a reciprocation, I guess.
Yeah, I mean it should be a return on investment. I mean, if you just like going to some university or whatever, if you're not in the surplus after this endeavor, then why did you do that? Right? If there's no return on investment with just work wise outside of that, if there's no ROI for a particular capex, capital investment project, then I wouldn't even have my engineers touch it because there's no capex investment that we're going to reap from that. It just wouldn't make any sense.
You know what this brings up, Kev, and I know nobody's really touched on this today, is that some people, we're talking about being useful to other people, but how are you useful to yourself? You gotta make use of you so that you can actually either give back or make investments or make returns. Like a lot of people don't even look at it investing in themselves or being useful for themselves first. So I know we didn't touch on that.
Are we speaking on this from a relational standpoint? I'm just trying to.
I think it's in everything, Lala. It's everything. What are we
Okay.
useful?
Because
Yeah,
I
because
don't know. Because like, what's the question? How do you know if you're being used? I mean, I think that people. How do I explain it? I think that a lot of people hyper focus on whether they're being used or not, meaning they do stuff waiting to find out if the person's going to do something for them or if they're going to get something out of it or what, like, so. Well, I think there's a fine line, meaning like I just don't think we do things for other people with an expectation of, if you only do things for people with an expectation of like it being reciprocated,
She
I
swear
don't
she
know.
know what she doing on that game.
I do, and I do. Okay. It just got really here, guys. And I think if you're going and doing things for people waiting to see if it will be reciprocated, I have to question whether what you're doing is genuine. And I can't personally, I don't know how people do it. I can't live my life wondering all the time if everything I do for somebody is them using me. And maybe other people can, but I'm not here to dissect that. You have to, and I feel like if somebody's intentions are bad, that's for them to sort out with God, whether they recognize him or not. I'm not gonna allow somebody to put me in harm's way. But outside of that, I don't keep tabs on trying to figure out whether someone's using me or not. So I don't know if that's a good I don't know if I have a good response to it. That's why I'm struggling to find out in what
You
context.
struggling because you clicking them buttons.
First of all, I'm winning. You're welcome, everybody.
intentions are powerful, though, Lala. It is
So
true.
so basically with that question, what is good ways to be used? What is bad ways to be used? Or unless you don't believe it's any good ways, like earlier. But let me leave that alone. I'm gonna leave it alone. But
Good way to
The
be used, bad
game.
way to be used. And being used isn't always. I don't think it's always bad. I think everybody gets.
some people don't believe. I be stopped off like I'm throwing
What
shots.
am I missing now? Now I feel like I missed something because I'm like, wait.
Yeah, y'all did. But
Oh, okay. I don't think it's always bad to be used.
Yeah,
I think
Kev gets
if
weird
it's malicious,
today.
like, oh, I'm gonna use you. I'm gonna use you till you got nothing left. Like that's a different type of energy. You know what I'm saying? That's obviously bad, but like, this is how we interact with each other. People get used all the time. It'll be. I promise. This is why I said in the chat. This is why the Bible says not to be fatality. of the things that you do. This is why he says do your giving in secret, because it's very easy to while you're doing things for other people, get absorbed with yourself.
Uh-huh.
Ooh,
That's
um,
okay.
that,
He
Mm-hmm.
also said that's why he said he loves a cheerful giver too.
Mm-hmm. I'm
so
glad Lala said that because I saw when you put that comment in, like like doing things in secret. It kind of reminds me of how people will video things, like video like helping a homeless person,
Or
thing,
or
flexing a
help,
relationship.
yeah, or help, yeah, helping somebody out. It's like why do you need to
record yourself
expose it? You know?
like that. I'm so
I
glad.
think some people, I ain't gonna lie, some people I think they do it because they still see it as a way to bring awareness that there is still good people out here that is helping the homeless. That is, I watch this. I ain't gonna lie, I watch people like that though. I be watching this guy. What he do in his village is he'll see a homeless man laying on the ground, pick him up, lay down a blanket, pour water all over him, like cleaning him, and buying them new clothes, feeding them, and just it's almost like you cut their hair, giving them a haircut, trying to make
Uh-huh.
them feel good again. You get what I'm saying? And it's like I don't think it's all bad intentions. I think
Mm.
you
Right.
doing it with great intentions and you really genuine and you really doing God's work and showing that this what God want us to do. Will
So
want us
let
to
me,
do.
You
since
said
you
it
said
right
that,
though, honest. The
let me say
bringing
this real
awareness.
quick though, real quick. I know you heard me. That was crazy. But but I was about to say, how do you know the difference if you said that this that it ain't always for. I'm putting it this way: how you know the difference between people doing this for clout or doing it to motivate? How you know the difference?
Oh, I could tell.
Mm.
I'm already knowing. I peeping everything, right?
No, I just want her to answer because she the one said that. She the one. I just want.
I said it because I done seen people who have done it and they got exposed for it. Meaning you got exposed by the actual people who you supposedly helped, and the person done came out and said, "Hey, they made a GoFundMe, but I ain't received nothing, ain't get nothing."
Mm,
Then you got the people who will sit up here and be like, they'll do follow ups on their videos with the person, meaning every time they pull up on them, oh, what you do new today? Did you get that job? Did you sit up here and get an apartment? Some people actually go as far as recording the journey with some people. So that's how I know who's
yeah,
really
so that
doing it.
was I feel like it was a cheating answer. You cheated on that one because you said exposed. So of course that though. I'm saying it's like say if you was on the outside, right, and you see somebody
Okay.
posting somebody trying to feed the homeless. How would you know if this person is doing it for clout or they doing it to motivate you? Like how would you know that?
I think real life, if I seen somebody
Don't
pull out
answer
their
honest.
phone,
It's a trick. He's trying to trick
No,
you.
I'm trying to see something. No, why everybody?
look, I know. I'm gonna still give it. I'm gonna still challenge it. But
Never backs down. Never backs down.
I think cause I like my brain being picked at. Make me is open up them doors. You feel me?
It's picking me too because I want to see if I might have missed something.
I think in person you know if it's malicious because the person would do it, and some people when they do it, they'll sit up here and tell like. For instance, I done seen a dude go live with a woman, right? And he was sitting up here. Um, you could tell that he was literally being malicious, using her. Oh, send it to my Cash App. Send me the money. Send her money to my Cash App. And it's like you talking about, yeah, we gonna get you some crack today. We like, I mean,
Oh,
F1 in the chat. I'm so sorry. Yeah. So it's like when I see stuff like that, I'm like, yeah, you ain't no good. Like God gonna get you because it's like you doing it for the purpose of keeping somebody on a substance in a bad it's like on a bad habit instead of being helpful to their life. You literally chasing clout off their life. Literally you clowning them. You sitting up here using them to get cash apps, to get GoFundMe's. You ain't sitting up here telling a person, hey, after I ain't like if I see you sitting up here telling a person after you done recording, hey, let's go get you into some programs. Like, let me take you down here to woo woo woo. And it just like you ain't giving nobody no type of real resources. You get what I'm saying? You just did it just to pull out your camera and say, hey, look what I'm doing, and putting your phone back in your pocket
I could back
and
you up
walking off.
on this. I'm not gonna lie, I could back you up on this because I had a friend, right? And now keep in mind, this is when I was in middle school. This dude would say, okay, yeah, I'm gonna help this person, right? And then every time we around, this person doesn't help this person. After he said, this day I'm gonna do this specifically. This dude would literally go, he would, in front of us, he'd go to this person, give this person something, right? And he'll tell this person, do not spend it until I get off, right? Then we would get out of school and he'd go right back to that person, take it, and then just walk away. And I'd be like, bro, hold on, how you gonna give somebody some money and then tell them not to do nothing with it? And then afterwards you come back and you take it and then you just walk away. That's dumb. And then you recording it and posting it for people to see, thinking, and now they thinking you a good person. The whole time you a whole fraud. I'm
So
not.
is that usury, Rage?
That
That's
is,
usury.
that is indeed. And I'm like, bro, I'm not finna sit around nobody who gonna promise somebody something to actually help them, and then you go back on your word and you go take it back, and then you laugh at that person in his face and walk away. That is a person that I do not want to be around, because if you're gonna do that, then that shows that nobody should be around you at all. For whatever reason you think, no matter how bad your life get, there's nobody who needs to sit
That's
around
why I
you.
like this good
That's
use, bad
always
use topic. Like this is a really good topic. Really good, Kev. I'm
like
I
impressed.
think that she
Always.
was really good, Kev. Don't do that. He tried to confuse you. Don't forget, honest. He tried to confuse you a few minutes ago.
He's
Um,
trying to.
no, I
Kev,
was gonna say that's
Kev
why
is
I know
He
I was
said it's
talking
Kev,
a
about this.
trap. It's a trap.
It's a
Kev
trap.
is
Don't do
using
it.
all of
I
us
feel
right
like I'm
now.
watching a. I feel like I'm watching a
Using
scary
every
movie. I'm like,
single one
don't
of
go
us.
in there. Don't go in there. Don't open the door. Like that's how I feel in the movie. But I was gonna say, I know I said something about the scripture saying like to do all your giving in secret. I think it's important. And this, by the way, Jesus is
Say that again.
talking.
Say that one
Oh,
more time.
me?
Yeah, say that one more time.
I know I
Yeah,
said
I
the
like
Bible
that.
says do all your giving in
There you
secret.
go. There you go. I know there's a reason why I said that. I know
Yep,
what
and
you
that's
mean.
why she said it earlier. But
Hmm.
Kev is using us.
I do want to point out though that
I just used her to use
I
that
feel
scripture
so
again.
used right now.
I do want to point out that the second half of that scripture talks about that the people who are doing their giving and presenting it, you know how like it's kind of like this when we do things that are for the king. When we do things that are for the kingdom, we're looking for like we're hoping that this means something to God, that we've done this, right? That we're being obedient to him and giving to the poor and taking care of people who need to be taken care of. But Jesus Christ is the one that said, do all your giving in secret. And then he followed it up by saying, surely they've already received their reward. So this attention that they get, this is their reward. They're done. There's no more reward coming from that.
Well, God uses us for His purpose.
Mm-hmm.
So we're being used, but by God too.
Like
By the Most High. So He uses us as well.
that's why I bring up these people I be watching, because I watch certain people. Like I watch this damn lady in her village, and it's like I be watching and she'll post all her like the negative comments. Will be like, "Oh, you cloud chasing, oh, you ain't doing this," but she literally wakes up faithfully every day, and literally her content is literally feeding her village. She'll literally make food from beginning to end, show you she making food from beginning to end, and she'll do the videos where people are being wasteful with their food. You get what I'm saying? And she'll bring awareness that God looks down on people who just do all these mukbangs and you pouring or you just pouring out unnecessary ass type of food, right? And she'll take that type of content and start cooking, and then she'll go out to the village and give a plate or a meal to the whole village. And I said, I don't care whether you think she chasing clout. At the end of the day, she literally is out here feeding hungry children, hungry people. like
Right.
like she's literally doing more for her people than you're doing for yours. That's what I see.
Well,
Another
and it's the same thing like what you're saying too, Honest, is that we can expose all the bad stuff that's going on. Why can't we expose the good stuff that's going on?
And that's exactly what they don't want you to do, because they are always attracted to the drama and the bad. They never want the good. But also to what honest was saying, that she get up and she feed her village all the time. Sometimes a person will record or will go live and show something is because they made an accomplishment and they're proud of it, and that's a moment that they want to share with the world and want to have that, to always know that they are good on the inside, and they're not like the bad people. You feel me? So that's a reason why how you know you're being used for good, because you set your mind to something. You got up the next day, you went and you decided to cook all day for the entire village and feed them. You are happy now. Now everybody's eating. Now everybody's feeling good. They're happy. You take your phone out, record. Oh my God, I just did something so good, and I feel so appreciative that I could actually get up here and do this. You know what I'm saying? This is
Can I ask a speculation question to you guys real fast? Just speculate. Just think about it for a minute. What would be the motivation for him, for God or Christ, both, because he both, period. I don't care. Argue with your mama. What would be the reason he would say to give in secret? And why that would be such a specific thing to say? And regardless of all these wonderful things that come out of people showing on social media, what do you guys believe the reason would be for him saying, do all your giving in secret?
I could say because it truly comes out of the kindness of your own heart. You feel me? Like you could do that and actually help a lot of people without you knowing, without even posting nothing. You helping a lot of people. You feel me? So say, for instance, like, you feel me, you driving, you know what I'm saying, down the road, you got some food to eat, but then, you know what I'm saying, you get full, right? But you have a lot more food left over. And then you see this one lady, right? This old lady. She's not a bad person, you know what I'm saying? She really want to do good with her life, because you had a conversation with her in the past, and all she tell you is, I'm hungry and I need somewhere to sleep, right? You got food in your car, right? And then you also got a couple of dollars on you, where it's enough for somebody to go and actually find somewhere where they can actually sleep and actually not have to worry about looking over their shoulder. You pull up, you
I
got
think Lala. Oh, I'm sorry, my brother. Go ahead.
you pull up, you're at a stoplight, and you see her. She's walking and she's crying, completely crying. You know what I'm saying? You don't think to take out your phone and record this old lady because she crying. No, you roll your window down, you give her the food, and then you also, you know what I'm saying, give her a couple of dollars so that she can find somewhere to sleep. That is you doing good in the kindness of your own heart. You know what I'm saying? You don't worry about what other people say or what other people see, because that's not their business. What's going on is between you and that person and the exchanges that y'all are making. You don't want to take it back from her. You know what I'm saying? You're just doing it. That's
You saying that the reason he would
right.
say, like, hey, you do all your giving in secret is so that you're doing it out of the kindness of your own heart. Jaira, did you unmute to answer as well?
Lala, can
Yeah,
I can I
go
can I
ahead.
respond real quick to Lala real quick? I think it's armor. I think it's a protection. I think it's to protect you. I think it's to protect you.
So I'm gonna just go to the whole scripture aspect, and I just wanna, be clear. I don't want people. Well, I mean, let me be honest. I don't care if I offend people or not. That doesn't really matter. I think probably most people on this panel know this by now. The human heart is wicked. So it's not out the kindness of our own hearts, because in us is wickedness. Everyone on this panel, outside of this panel, period, the word of God says that only He is good. So that's number one. Two, the bragging and boasting that people would do and thinking that it's their works. God already said our works are like filthy rags. So no, none of our works will please Him. We can't please Him in the flesh. The reason He looks at that and says, "Hey, do it in secret," is because two things. And looking at it from proper hermeneutics, two things. So we are not bragging and boasting that we did this, we did that, all those kind of things. You get pumped up with that, thinking that you are the end all be all. Another aspect to this is, yes, because I lost my train of thought. Another part of this is more along the lines of I'm in the book of Ezekiel. I'm sorry, I can't get it, but I'll land right there.
Liz, you were breaking up when you were answering. I was going to say something, but I want to make sure I give everybody a chance to answer before I was wondering what people thought about it. Did you have something else to add before?
No, I'm good. I'm good, Mama. I'm good. I just was thinking that there was more of a like a protection or an armor that was on that and like what Victory was saying. Not bragging or boasting, and how we keep things in secret. It's a form of armor. It's a form of protection because he's protecting his chosen, I guess.
Okay, well, here's my thing, and this is why I asked the question because, and I didn't ask Alter because she's probably already got my brain, and I don't want to hear it today. So I was thinking, I think it's important to note that there's the reason why people are out questioning these people, and if they're chasing cloud, and if they're doing this, and if they're doing that, it'd be really easy not to be tempted to continue to do this because you like the attention or because of what it provides you if nobody knows you're doing it in the first place. So it's kind of like, for me, kind of what Jaira is saying is we would be tempted, people would be tempted to see this as like oh my gosh, look at me and look what I got from it, because we're weak, because that's the way our brains are wired sometimes. And so I feel like by doing it, it kind of helps us stay out of the temptation of trying to play God.
I think also that's why I asked that question earlier. What's the as the main thing too is that how would you know the difference between somebody just boasting? Because anybody can say I'm just doing this for motivation, right? They can just say, I'm kissing my wife right now just to let people know that it's a happy home around here. Or how do I know you ain't doing it to flex on your ex? Or how do I know? So how would, like when you just do things like that, like even though you saying, even workout videos though, some people oh, let me do the butt squats and all that, but I'm just trying to motivate, just don't worry about all that. But I just want to motivate you and all that stuff. So like, that's what I was, that's what I'm trying to get to about that is that.
I just think when I responded, I was responding in a way of, when I think of God, right, I think He blessed those who is willing to serve Him just as much as we are a service to each other, right? I think He a person who guides you to people. You get what I'm saying? Like, He guides you. He might put me here in this moment to have a word with you, just to sit up here, just to cleanse you. You get what I'm saying? Just to feed you, feed your spirit. So I think regardless if you're thinking you're using somebody in a negative way, God always give people the understanding He's gonna use you to get through to them, whether you thinking it's negative or not. That's how I see it. Whether your work is to sit up here and gain what you're gaining, but understand, I think that He used us to speak through each other, to sit up here and be a help towards each other.
And and I love where you're going with that. Honest, I was thinking too that all things that He used us for is for His name's sake, for Him to be glorified, right? And that's really what all of this is about. It's about Christ Jesus. The Old Testament talked about the coming of the Christ. And the New Testament, He came, and in eschatology, He's on His way back. So it's all about glorifying Him, capital H, praising Elohim, El Shaddai. That's what all of this is about. One of the tricks of the enemy is to keep us so busy that we get away from that. And you'll see a lot of that going on. Everything gets in front of God's purpose. My bad, Kev.
I know. I think it was done. My bad. No, I was just saying. You made me think about something. I was thinking about this like a week ago or something like that. Like they say, I guess in Hebrew they say His name is Yahweh, right, or something like that. And over in the Bible, His name is Jesus. Or no, Yahweh's what we got, right? I'm mixing it up. Yahshua. They say Yahshua is Jesus, right?
Yeah, Yahshua,
Right.
Hamashiach, or Yahuwah.
Yeah, I always wondered, like, even like how English or books or movies, right? Even if it transferred, the name always stayed the same. Like my name would still be Kevin. Say my name was Kevin back then, right? And it changed to English, or you say it in Spanish. Even if you hear people on TV now, their names still be the same. You see what I'm saying? It'd be like, Kevin, and stuff like that, right? So I just wondered, like, why? How did that happen? It's like, is he really Jesus Christ, or is he really Yahshua? Because then why call ourselves and even after that, right? If it's Jesus Christ. But then, like, where did the Christian part come in from then? Because that's the whole point of following Him. Because his name, like his last name wasn't Yahshua Christ that I knew of, was it?
It's still the same God. It's still the same God.
No, that wasn't my point. I was. What I'm saying
I know what you're saying. So when Alexander the Great took over, the Greek brought forth the J, right? So it wasn't the J before then, right? Medo-Persian, Babylonian times, etc. But when Alexander the Great conquered the known world, that's when that came about. It still means the same thing because your name Kevin
will still be Kevin.
Well, no, your name Kevin in Korea, because I worked with a couple of senior engineers who had Kevin as their first name, but Koreans say your name. Ooh, my goodness, I don't want to butcher it, but your name is definitely not pronounced like Kevin. As a matter of fact, that K in Korean is not even that. You have it's like a chukul. It's a chukul. It starts like that, and that's how your name is in Korean. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah. So
totally
okay,
different.
okay. So say we say that too, right? So we can rock with that, even though I was just thinking about that one though, like how that. So Okay, right. Since they saying so, what about the Christ part? Right. That's I really want to stick on that part because otherwise, like either we saying Christian is not real, the real term, or um something is like got misplaced in the midst of that. I'm put it that way because it's either what they say. So Yahshua, even if they changed the name around, like why wasn't they Yahshuans or something like that? Or something like that. So what, like, which one would be? Is everybody dropping something gonna say that's crazy? But you said I'll get into about that.
No, I see
Will
what
we
you're
be
doing.
considered Yahshuans of
No,
Christ?
so
I don't know.
well, the Book of Acts at Antioch is the first time we were called Christians. The time of Rome. Um, as a matter of fact, it was during the time of Constantine. That we were called Christians. Before that, we were called people of the way, capital W. Um,
Interesting.
and so, if you look up the church history of how that came about, that's that the time of Antioch was the first time that we were called Christians because we were followers of Christ Jesus, and that's where that came from. I think it's used about three
But
times in the New Testament, if I'm not correct.
Yeah.
yeah, it was three times. I seen it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Even that's what I was saying. But you saying that we call it Christian, but then they said that if Hebrew was the first book and his name was, they didn't have, the name wasn't. They say Yahshua, right? They said Yahshua, so why are we not Yahshuans? You
So
know,
Yahshua, you're right. Yahshua is his name. But I just want to point out a couple of things. When they're talking about us being called Christian, this is New Testament. We can't go back, and the New Testament is not written in Hebrew or Aramaic. It's written in Greek.
right.
And so when his name was obviously given to him, it started with Emmanuel, meaning God with us, right? That's what Mary was told would be his name, God with us. And so when
is that in
that
the
was
Bible?
somehow translated, or he got his name that people were calling him, it wasn't Jesus like this version that we have now. It was Yahshua, and then became, it was like, it started with Yash, this I cannot pronounce it. It's like Yash, it has like S's in it and everything. Then it became Yahshua. Then it became, when the name translated over, I think it's like in Italy, probably. I think it's either Latin. And when it was translated over into Latin, it became Jesus. And
Where the Christ part?
well, it became the first version of Jesus, and then it became the second version of
Where the
now what
Christ
we
come
say
in at?
Jesus Christ. So it's not necessarily problematic that they call us followers of Christ, because yes, you're right, the root words are coming from the language that we are speaking. But it's kind of like, to your point, yeah, I mean, I don't think it would be it's like I said last night, though, remember? I don't think it would be problematic if someone did call us Yahshuans, or someone did call us. The whole idea is people who follow Christ.
That part.
And so they've chosen Christian because that is the term, that is the language that the name is translated in for us at this point in time.
Yeah, because it was Joshua and it was also Yehoshua.
Yep. And
Yeah.
I have a Greek.
Oh
I have
my
a Greek
gosh,
lexicon.
this is.
I have a Greek lexicon in my phone. I'm gonna see if I can toggle to
Was
it
they
and
he the
see.
only name that changed in there? Was Peter the same?
No. Paul's name wasn't Paul. It was a different name.
Yeah.
So
And if you look at, if you get the interdisciplinary Bible, it goes from Hebrew to Greek to English. That Bible is
is that on
powerful.
the app?
Yeah. Also, like, I wanted to say one thing. You got to understand, like, back in those days, names was like a word. You know what I'm saying? You know, like how you say one word in Spanish and another word in English. So, like, your name was just basically a word. That's what it had a meaning.
Right.
So, like, that's why. So, like, when you have a meaning as your name, and you go into a different language, it's going to change because that word in itself is going to change. And sometimes it's hard to translate one language to the other language because there's no similar things. Like, say, for example, back in the 90s, we used to be like, oh, that was tight. That was tight. So like 200 years from now, if somebody read what you said that was tight, for them to translate it, you know what I'm saying, it's going to be real difficult. You know what I mean? Because they like, what is tight means something that squeezes you, but you got to look at the context, and then the word of, oh, that's tight, that's fat, that's hard. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It all
and what
changes.
you're referring to,
That
Sugar
was the
Pie, is
whole
called
history.
it's called transliteration, and she's absolutely correct.
Yeah,
So
she is.
it's not a direct translation of the word, it's a
Yep.
translation of the meaning of the word.
And that's exactly what Babel was. That's what Babel comes from. Is Babel. Is the remember when God changed all the languages, you know, all the languages that were separated from, you know, what we have Asian language, we have Greek language, we have Italian languages, everybody's words changed. So they don't know how to translate them, especially if you're not within the same language.
I love how we got here. Last time I heard Lala was asking a question. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, in
Very
today's
useful.
time, in today's time, we don't name our kids based on meaning, you know. So like back in those days, they
Right.
named their kids based on meaning, and then there was no vowels. There was no vowels in the Hebrew, so in the Greek, some vowels got introduced. So now they got to take somebody who knows both languages and try to translate it the best that they can, because you know what I mean. So
That's true. That's why like what Victory was talking about, like when we call it like Yeshua or Yahushua, there was no J in there. You know, there was no even just different vowels that were changed. Some words don't even have a vowel in it.
Are we talking about Jesus or something? Because
Yeah.
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 okay.
We're going
even
into
in
everything.
even in the English language, you got to understand that even in the English language, a lot of it was derived from, you know, what they would call, I don't know how to say it, I don't want to be offensive, but like wizards.
Yeah.
That's why you would say, that's why like we say a lot of things that has to do with that, whether it be like everybody in my circle, that has to do with, you know, magical stuff, or you'll say stuff like you know, like spell, it's a spell. So like, so to translate something like that into a wizard type of language is very difficult. You know what I mean? Because that's why English language is very hard, because you can have one word with different meanings depending
Yep.
on where that
Yes.
English derived. You know what I mean?
And spelled different. So you can have like, and the spelling is different. So you can have 3 words spelled differently, but mean something different. And they always say English is the hardest language to learn, but why does a lot of people know it?
Okay, I think I see. I'm looking at it. So I get what you mean. They're saying the names have meaning.
Yeah, I'm about to
That's
say.
not okay. Okay, I didn't know that. So I guess I just learned something. So back then, just like they said, I remember somebody teaching me about like even with Yahweh, it meant like air. What was
It
I
means
forgot that.
to inhale and exhale.
Yeah.
Something like that.
How
Yeah,
you
something
pronounce
like that. Right. Yeah, I remember that too. That's in that.
it has no
And
vowels.
even, yeah, it don't have no
And I'm
vowels.
looking at it, the Christ part, because that's why I wanted to look up that part. It say anointed one.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Yeah, I'd be so ready to talk, but yeah, that's what I'd say that part for sure. Because like a
I
shot
ain't know all that. That's
Christ,
crazy.
because what Christ is the Christos, yep, an anointed one. And I think that's, I guess, the point that Sugar was trying to explain. Go ahead, girl. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
If you look at where the days of the week derive from, you will see that it derived from a lot of
What do Peter mean? Let me look that up. Hold up.
it derived from a lot of, like certain types of religion, like whether it's what do you call it? I'm trying to think what it's called, but it derived from that religious belief, like the Saturn, the moon gods, the sun gods, the days of the week
Mythology.
came from that. Even the months of the year came from that, like the sun gods, like them believing in that pagan. There's a lot of pagan in the English language.
A lot
Oh,
of
okay.
paganism, and if you look at the 12 horoscopes, the 12 signs, and then you go below that, or another
Correct.
level,
Victory.
you've got the 12 disciples, and then
Oh
you've
my.
got the 12 hours of the day. You've got 12, of everything. So it all trickled down.
But the whole thing is, right? Because me personally, paying attention to a lot of stuff. This is why I say I'm quiet and I pay attention. If you get certain animals, right? Like let's say a turtle, right? And you count the individual markings on the turtle, they're gonna have 13. So it's supposed to be 13. There's supposed to be 13 months, right? But they changed it because they didn't they didn't like that. They didn't want to believe in there's 13
Right.
there's 13 months
Right,
in
right.
every,
Right, because I,
you know.
I tell people all the time, think about the word oct. What do oct mean?
That's
Octagon. It
8.
means
That's
8.
8. I'm
But
already know.
why is
7 is
October the
7.
10th month? Think about it.
That's
Because
Right.
because
they
I'm
changed
telling
so
you.
much.
They did. And why does the Japanese calendar is different than the American, well, whatever you want to call it, the American calendar? Our 12 months, our New Year is different than the Japanese New Year.
That's
Yeah,
So
that's due to the Roman and Nordic influences because they
yep.
were pagan people. So, and I don't mind them doing the opposite of what they were doing around these parts. So they can make it 4 months as long as they don't line up with theirs. I'm okay.
Yeah, so that's why a lot of translations and a lot of different things has got changed, because,
Yeah, I don't really believe today is the day they say it is, just because it
Yeah,
changed so much.
the years are different
They
too.
might,
If you
yeah,
think
all
about
type of stuff. Time not even really real. That's the funny thing. We only go off of sun up, sun down.
right.
But
right.
Alter
Well,
because nothing is real.
huh?
Uh, no, somebody came on my live telling us
You
that
know,
nothing was real at all.
for a
So,
long time growing up, they said, because in Genesis it says, on this day, God created this. They didn't even know it was 1,000 years. They thought it was just a day. So
mm-hmm.
what
But how
is
you know
our
that?
day?
How you know that one?
1,000 years a day? Like
Yeah.
when God created the earth?
Yeah.
I don't have a reference for that claim,
No, I'm
sir.
just trying to see how we know that one. That's a deep
Yeah,
one.
And the
I didn't
thing
get.
is,
I don't know where that claim comes from. I haven't.
I think it came from, was it archaeology, where they can go back and say like when this was created, that was created, and I think they was
What
able
the?
to say
It
like,
was
hey,
it
it
would
was
be it
thousands
was
of years
They
be
apart
can't
from.
use, but they can't use archaeological evidence to prove the creation of the world. That's why they have so many theories now. So that wouldn't be, if that's what they use to try to determine that,
right.
then they've
It
already
was like
started wrong.
it was like B because
Don't test God and
remember
say
when
this how long it took God to create. What? He snaps his finger and do what he want. That's funny.
exactly. Well, remember BC and AC? Like why do we have AC and BC?
AC is after
After
Christ,
Christ and
After
BC is
Christ
before.
before
and
Christ.
before Christ. Yeah. So I think it was just people
Yeah,
like the archaeological times, like trying to break down the times
There's
of
nothing they
it.
can break
It's just
down with
like
it's
the
the
that though.
dinosaurs.
archaeology.
They
It's
can't
the
say that it took
it's
God
the
1,000
it's
years to
the
build Earth.
it's the archaeology times, but it's also like the timetables in which a lot of prophecies happen. So when they said a prophecy would happen in a certain time, they thought it was literal, but when they broke it down, they was able to see, they was able to use God's timing and what he's considered a day based off of a lot of prophecies that,
Lovely, were
so
you
that was
saying?
one of them, along with and then archaeology was able to back that up. That's how that happened.
But archaeology,
Squeeze in,
that's what I'm
squeeze in.
saying. Archaeology can't back that up. It can't even date back that far.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it's accurate. I'm just
Oh, you're
saying
just
that
saying
they
that's
took
what their
the
claim is.
yeah, that they
You
took
know,
the prophecy. They took the prophecy when they did a prophecy like at this time this is going to happen, and they took it literal. But then when they was able to see it, he was talking about 1,000 years for a day, and then archaeology, not saying I agree or disagree, was able
Yeah,
to
yeah.
back that up to be true. That's how that happened.
I
I know
see.
Victory. You just asked me.
How
I
y'all
think it's
ping
in. I
ponging?
think
This
it's
is
in
crazy.
Second
They
Peter.
ping ponging the mess out of it. Like y'all ain't getting no
I
turn.
shouldn't have
My
said. I
No,
shouldn't have ever
God.
I
said
think it's
Jesus
in.
when I came up
It's
here. The
in.
minute I said Jesus, I started like a whole whirlwind, a
Yeah. Thank you,
whole nother
Lala. Thanks a
conversation.
lot. Thanks a lot. But you
I'm
know
not
what?
saying Jesus on Kev's panel no more, because then he got a question and then it just go everywhere.
I just wanted to tap into what Victory was saying. I think it's in Second Peter 3. Let me.
We
That's what I
can't
was
hear
gonna
you.
say for 10 years.
Where it says
I was actually trying to
one
say that for
day as
1,000
a
years.
1,000 years. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Say it
that's where
again.
a
Wait.
lot of people get that from.
What?
I'm just gonna be quiet. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then like I said, that's
Can y'all
exactly what.
answer that, please, before y'all even go to the next thing? I'm trying to listen to, man. I just don't want people. So what was said? What was said? I got it because
That is crazy, bruh. This is wild.
Second Peter 3, 2 Peter 3:8. That's how one day is 1,000 years. I think it's Second Peter 3
So
and
It
that's a
8.
is.
letter from
That's
Paul to
well.
Peter. So
Yeah.
I'm interested.
Well, a lot of people want to separate the Old
why
Testament
did it
from the
took
New
so long for
Testament.
people to say that? That's the crazy part about
I was
that.
trying to get it out, but it was a ping
Thank
pong
you, right?
action.
I
And
was
I was
like,
trying
no,
to
why
let
does
people
Yeah,
everybody?
know. I
I
was
it's
said,
only
trying.
1,000 years in that calendar. It's not 1,000 years in our calendar. It's only
Right,
1,000
right,
years in their
right,
calendar.
right.
Well, all she was saying, she was just trying to make the point that it was biblically said. That's all.
so yeah, thank you.
Oh my God.
Thank
Find it in the
you.
Bible.
It's
Find it
second.
in the Bible.
So I'm like, where did they get that from? That's all I wanted to
Right.
know.
It's Second Peter 3:8 where it
Well,
says
y'all heard me
1,000.
immediately. I'm like, well, I've never heard that before. So
Be quiet. I'm muting everybody
So
now.
it took a thought. Okay, so that's okay. That
Everybody
makes
get
sense.
muted.
hmm
Bye-bye.
So it took 1,000 years. Okay, so day one. So the day two will be. So that'll be 7,000 years then. So he rested for 7. I mean, he rested on
and
that seventh thousand year.
that's
Boy, I need
That's
a
what I was saying.
vacation
I was
like that.
like,
Boy,
But you know what, Kevin?
is
Like
that
this is,
Sabbath day though? Like, think about that. Like, even like we want to get that deep. What's Sabbath day? We need to be for real, just chilling. You know what I'm saying?
but
but that's
Kevin,
the
think
thing though,
about
because
it.
that's
Kevin,
called
think
Eon.
about it like this.
Don't get me thinking like that.
Hold on, I'm thinking about it like this. Think about a dog. Their time and our time is different, so they could be
Yes.
7 years to
Yes.
us is probably like what? I don't know. Is it 7 times 7? Is it 8 years or
How
7?
old was
17. Yeah,
Jesus and all
7.
them then?
So
If
like,
they go by days.
yeah. So
Yeah,
there's
when they're 1, they're 7. When they're 2, they're 14. When
It
they're
ain't nothing
3,
beating 1,000 though. Y'all talking about that little baby stuff. We talking about thousands
yeah,
now.
but I'm just trying to say like that's what it is. Just like an ant, like our time and their time. Like 3 years, 3 days to them is a lifetime. You know what
So
I mean?
4 years old is
So
4,000 years
that's
old.
back in the
why
day
the
though,
bigger you
even if you
are,
look at the
y'all are crazy at this point.
the
even if
bigger
you
you
look at the
are.
Old
This is
Testament,
crazy.
I
Like
just
look at
4 years old,
look at look at how old
4,000
I
years
just
old.
Abraham
want to point
was.
out that definitely doesn't make sense. I don't think it would be saying that. I think it
Working
would be
those
7
years.
days because God wouldn't say like,
But look
"Hey,
how
Would
look
seven
God
how
not
days
long
for
say?
me."
Would God not say that,
look how
Lala?
long
We
people
about to get deep on this. Y'all
Like,
done
when
messed
God,
up.
like, why would He do
Oh
that if
my.
He's talking about just like I'm just saying, be like a logical
Lala too funny.
human, like. Just being like a logical human being, why would he write a scripture to tell you he made the earth in 7 days, but he meant 7 days in his time, not yours?
Yeah. Well, and look, Lala,
Like, why would he?
look at how long
You mixed
people
up.
lived in the Old Testament.
My
In
7
the Old
days, not
Testament,
yours.
Like, even if you look at the Old
Not
Testament, even
yours,
the New
just mine.
Testament,
Just like he said,
those
our time
people
is not his
lived a
time.
long
I love
time.
this. Talking
They were
over.
like 200 years old.
Yeah, cause
Now they
yeah, cause
older than
think
that
about
according to
it.
that.
Think about it. He told Adam and
I don't
Eve,
want to
if
think.
you eat that fruit off that tree, you gonna die within a day. And they died before they hit 1,000 years old. They died
He did
900 and
not
something
say
years.
that. He did
Come
not
on.
say that, sugar
I think
pie.
he did
He
say
said you
that.
will
I
surely.
think now she go with
He
the
said
fact.
you will
He said
surely
you would
die. He
die.
didn't
He
say how
said you
long.
will surely
Why
die.
are we yelling?
Well, hold on. He
Unalive,
said that.
unalive.
He told them that they wasn't
Oh,
gonna live
sorry.
a full day. Hold on, I'm gonna find the scripture. Hold on, I'm
No,
gonna find
no.
it.
He
If I
said you
know.
will. No. He said you will surely unalive. That's it. There's no time
We gonna
frame
get
Hold on,
deep
attached
let
in
me
to
this
it.
see.
though. So
Yeah,
which
but
one day
look
is
how
one day?
long.
Look,
Which
go
one
look
day?
at it, Chris. I
Didn't
seen
Christ
it.
say his time, our timing?
Hey,
Okay, go ahead.
go ahead, Alter. Go ahead, sweetie.
Our time is all messed up because people wanted to change it. I'll say that.
Yeah, I would say
They
that
gave
too.
us 7 days in a week when really it was supposed to be more.
It was
Or we wasn't really
7,000. That's
supposed
why.
we wasn't really supposed to have like no time limit on what day it is and what day it wasn't. They just changed it because of something that they wanted to make different. They wanted to be
Because
different.
they didn't make their time useful. They didn't make their time useful. Well, think about it. Like if you look back in the older biblical times, the older historical stuff, they said, like this person lived to be this amount of age, and some of them were 300. I think Victory just even put it in. 989 years. It's like, wait a minute. How do people don't live that long anymore? People are unaliving at like 50s and in their 60s and their 70s. So is it really about time, or is it about what you're doing with your time?
I don't think it's about what you're doing with. I believe. No, hold on. I can't say I
Why
believe.
all four of them? And they must be looking at some stuff. All four of them
Let's
was
say,
on Teacup.
for one,
We
we
talking about you,
decided
Kev.
to work during the
Yeah.
Hope
day.
it's good. Hope it's useful.
No, I
For
was
some
just,
reason,
I did text her.
Even
That's what's
Lala's
funny about
baby
my
even
joke.
said. Even Lala's baby said, "Wow."
Wow. Let me tell you something about that girl back there, y'all. She's in charge, okay?
We know that. We know that.
She told me earlier, I said, it's time for bed, Kalani. She said, Mommy, I'm sick of this. And I said, okay, well,
Oh.
it's got to happen. So I don't know what to tell you.
I love that baby. I swear.
So sweet. Yeah, I don't know, guys. Apparently, Kev, stop turning the lives into Bible study.
It always for some odd reason. What is going on?
No. Hey, and for a while there, Kev, you were not doing that. You didn't even want to bring up this.
Okay, then it might have been me. It doesn't
Lala,
matter whose life
you
it is.
was
I turned it into Bible
Things
study.
change.
Lala, you was right. I apologize. It do say you will surely die, and then people, and I think I got it from when they be like, well, why didn't they die that day? And they did die that day
Yeah,
because.
yeah. People do ask that question. You're right. People ask that all the time.
Yep.
So,
And the reason for that is because now we have to, because at that point we were living an eternal life with him. And now we are separated from him, which means now we have to face this reality of not having this full eternal life. Because of people's choices, which I have beef. Wait till I get up there. Okay?
Oh yeah. I got a lot of. I'm telling you, Lala, I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
So who's gonna be the first person to go after the person who made math? Because I'm on that train. Because
How's we in heaven looking for revenge?
I'm
Maybe
gonna
y'all
say,
sure that's gonna be heaven.
y'all know y'all finna have a lot more told to y'all. Y'all ain't gonna have no time to say that to nobody. Okay, y'all gonna be reliving y'all life so bad. Y'all like, you know what, Lord? Don't
Right?
even worry
What the
about it.
heck?
Alter, she gonna walk up
You
and
gonna
like,
walk there
I'm
with some
happy. I'm
animosity,
like, oh
like
yeah, I forgot.
you don't belong in heaven right now.
not because the person
I
who
don't
made
even
math,
want
bro,
revenge now. I definitely don't want it when I'm unalive.
That's too funny.
That's crazy. He like you ain't learned nothing. Get him biscuits.
No, wait. I was just
All
kidding.
right.
Hold on. One
I was
second.
just, I was just playing. Nope.
That's when he sends you back. It will.
Dust yourself off and try again.
He's gonna say, try again. Try it again.
Yep.
Alea hit that. The first shit on sexy. Dust yourself off and try
I'm
again.
telling you, I'm probably gonna forget. I'm gonna get up. I'm definitely gonna finish. I'm gonna get up there shooting. Like, I thought you had beef. I'm like, girl, I don't even remember what I was mad about.
Nah, that was
You
just
was
turkey.
Jesus.
That's
That
just an
wasn't beef.
interesting.
That was turkey.
I said probably.
It's an
It's just
interesting.
interesting. It is. It
Was interesting.
wasn't.
Enlighten us. Enlighten.
I don't know if you guys. I don't know if you guys. Well, this is Kev's last. Kev, I don't want to turn this into a thing, but I just want to say this really fast, and then I'm never gonna talk again in life, right?
Uh-oh.
Already lied.
Do that, la,
I'm probably,
Don't do that, la,
I'm probably lying. So
I'm
here's the thing.
probably.
I don't know if you guys have read up on the heaven in Islam, but that joint, wow. You hear
Well,
me?
he's gonna be.
Yeah.
I'm gonna mute her. Anyway, so what you guys eat today?
Chicken.
Tell you,
Did y'all finish all the
it
questions?
say all the ladies gonna have perky boobs, and the men. I'm not lying, y'all. Look it up.
Whoa.
And all the men gonna have
That sounds like
Short.
green up. That sounds like
they
green
gonna
up.
be ready, right, all the time.
That if
And they
that
get
if that ain't a
multiple, and they get a
misogynistic
bunch of different
term,
wives when they get up there.
What the
I'm not making
right?
this up. It's in there.
that is a misogynistic
It's
Bible.
weird.
I mean,
That is crazy.
Did
Mhm.
everybody answer all the
That
questions
most
on the
definitely
panel?
whitewashed.
We did not answer all the
that is
questions.
misogynistic. Look,
Hey,
like for
we
real.
didn't
Stop
even
that
get to
too.
boundaries yet.
Say get them perky things ready.
Get the perky things ready, cause I'm gonna
Watch
be
out
I
for the
ready.
said it. That's
percolator.
why I said it real fast, so y'all can't tell me I violated y'all's boundaries. I said it quick before y'all got there.
We didn't even get to boundaries yet.
Where do you? Did anybody even
Do your
answer? Did y'all all
thug thizzle. There you go.
answer all the questions yet?
We
Victory, did you
didn't.
answer
Right. Let's hurry
one?
and get to it before we
Okay,
No.
Victory. Let's
Oh,
get
Yeah,
I
to it.
just did
we're
too.
on 3. Where do your boundaries come from?
Amen.
Where do your boundaries come from, Vic? 3.
He said, get off my Vic.
Oh,
I'm
this
weak,
is weird.
Kev. Your mind is crazy.
I
What
swear
you
on my
mean?
Can we
Where my
mute the
boundaries come
host?
from?
I swear.
They gotta find. They gotta come up with that. They gotta be a little mute the host.
Victory! That's what I
Victory.
If I was in front of Kev right now, I swear I would punch him.
I
And
know
I
he need to
heard
be judo
lions.
chop.
meant. You know.
He need to be judo chop, yo.
I apologize. I apologize.
I apologize.
You know you
Right.
ain't sorry. You know you ain't sorry.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Victory. What are your go ahead and tell them your boundaries, please. Where do you get your boundaries from? 'Cause clearly,
My boundaries really just come from scripture. Has it always been that way? No, but it does now. And do I fall short? Yes. That's why I need the Holy Spirit to hold me together. But yeah, so that's where it comes from
No, you
today.
ain't about to get away with that simple answer. What part of the scriptures make your boundary? Give us an
So
example.
yeah, no. I mean, it's some of my boundaries when it comes to relations before marriage. You know, that comes from that. Also my boundary where it says be angry but sin not, or when I didn't know him, revenge was coming, retaliation was coming. You can bet your life on that. But today it does not, you know what I'm saying? And are there times where I am tempted to, get at somebody in that kind of way? Yes. But, that doesn't prevail anymore, if that makes sense. But yeah, that's where my boundaries come from when it comes to that.
Okay.
Interesting.
What you got, Mr. Interesting? That's on you now.
All right. My where boundaries come from for me is stuff that I've lived through, and then stuff that I've also paid attention to. So one of them is Yeah, especially in like a relationship standpoint. If I'm in a relationship and me and this woman is together, for one, I am not doing no celebrity crushes because for one, that's telling me that that celebrity is your crush, and if that person was to stand in front of you right now while I'm right next to you, you'd fold immediately and go to
Ooh.
that person. You nah, I'm not doing that. You got me. You got me all the way messed up if you think I'm gonna allow you to have a celebrity crush while you with me. If you don't,
Mm,
if you disagree with that, then you don't need to be with me because, for one, I whether I have celebrity crushes or not, if I'm in a relationship, I'm not. All of that is cut off. I'm done. There's no none of that. If I have female friends, there's no none of that. I'm not paying attention to them. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? My focus is on you. But like, and like, in general standpoints, respect. If you don't respect me or my space or the people that surround me, you cannot come around me at all. That's another one. Like you gotta respect me and my people that surround me. If they could respect me and you come around, then you can respect me. If you don't do that, there's no point for you to be in my life at all whatsoever. I could care less of how close we are. I don't care how long we knew each other. I don't care if we're friends or family. If you do not respect me, you are not going to be around me. You're not gonna hear from me or nothing. That's another one. Um, Another one of my boundaries is keep it, keep it like you can have friends, but keep the ones that have a negative standpoint on you, like the ones who like they single and they get jealous because you are taken and they want what you have but they can't get it, and they influence you to be single because they feel like you're not being treated right. Keep those people away. If you continue to have those people around you, I'm done. I'm not gonna sit up here and allow myself to be in a relationship with you and you allowing them to get in your head and say all this type of stuff about you in the relationship that you're in currently. That is that is bad. That is toxic, and I will not allow that in my life. Um, what else is my boundary? If I'm quiet, do not try to invoke. Do not try to like make me the problem because I'm quiet and I'm not talking. If I'm not talking, it's probably for a good reason. Don't try to make it seem like, oh, he just don't talk, he don't like being around people, he don't. No, none of that. No, it's not none of that at all. I just genuinely want to be quiet. So if I'm quiet, please allow me to be quiet in peace, and then later on you can ask me why I'm being quiet. Respect how I'm moving and trust that I'm doing the right thing. um what is another one? If I'm tired and you see that I'm tired and all I want to do is nap and concentrate on my mind and getting everything out, allow me to do that. Or if you can't see that at all and I announce to you that I'm tired, yet you continue to put responsibilities on top of my head more than I already have, then that I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna be drained emotionally, physically, and mentally. I won't want to do anything. I'm gonna shy away. That's another thing. If you can help me with that, help me with that. If you can't,
okay, Dean.
keep
Careful.
that to yourself. But yeah, it has to be from stuff that I come from or I see or I watch.
I am weak.
It's the fact that Kev is so petty when he's not on the screen, even more petty.
I
It's like the worst.
can't let nothing slide.
Like nothing is crazy. Like
Alter is so right on that one.
the dude petty. He's like more petty. But Rage laid out every single boundary he ever thought about his whole life before he was born. Sick of it. I love it because
Do it,
let you
Bree.
know
Hmm.
what his. That's so good though because you need to have boundaries, guys. You gotta have boundaries. Otherwise, you'll be a mat with a bunch of muddy shoes. Okay.
Hello.
Did you want to say anything else, Rach, before we move on to the next person?
Nah, Ray said, and when I was 6, I couldn't stand when my mom gave me broccoli, so nobody better.
Period. Rage said, "Don't play." I love that, guys. Because some people do not like think about that when it comes to boundaries. They wait till like they're 60 to start having boundaries. So like if you're
Oh,
young,
whoa.
no, I'm serious. People be like, don't
That's
even
true.
just let things happen.
Oh, that
And
might be a topic.
experience. Ooh, there should be
Here we
one.
go.
Why you wait till you done got blew out the water?
Yep.
Y'all have
Useless. Say, don't even stop
boundaries.
it.
Okay, sorry.
No, this man.
No, but it's true because people don't when you don't like, listen to all the or pay attention to all the things that you experience and what happened with that. But that's what happens when it's everybody else but you. Ooh, because you can't how do you set boundaries when it wasn't me. So it wasn't my fault. So
Exactly. Well, boundaries aren't meant for other people. They're meant for you. You're the one that's supposed to set that boundary.
exactly. But if I feel like, well, I
What's up,
gotta set
Mark?
boundaries, you should just not do what you're doing. Why do I gotta set boundaries? Well, that's why you're gonna get trampled over like the muddy mat in front of your door. Anyway,
Mm,
Lovely, did you answer that question? Where do
nope,
boundaries?
Lovely and Lala and you, y'all the last three.
Oh, okay.
But I wanted to say something on the boundaries
You
because
answer it too. Go ahead.
I know Lala be going in on this. And I love how we all are speaking on this. But I did a study on boundaries, and I looked in biblically in the Bible, and on boundaries, and I did this like months ago. But I pulled up my notes, and it said, "In that day that thy walls are to be built, in that day the decree be far removed." So if you look at boundaries, you look at like you're setting up that wall, you're setting up that piece that and that's why I said boundaries are meant for you. When somebody says, well, they broke my boundary, I was like, no, you allowed them to. And it reminded me of when you go back into Proverbs, and it says, for they are life unto those that find them, and health to all their flesh. Keep thy heart with all diligence, for out of it are the issues of life. So it's like you have to set a boundary. It kind of reminds me of armor, like an armor that you have to set up like outside
It's
of.
a armor protection.
Yeah, that armor, and that's what the boundaries remind me of, is because now you're protecting yourself, but you're not keeping yourself from everybody else because you're understanding that maybe they don't have the same armor that you do. It doesn't mean that we don't lose love, we don't lose compassion, we don't lose kindness or all that good stuff, but we're also still protecting ourselves, I guess. And that's what we talked about earlier when we were talking about being useful and talking about being useful with God. Sometimes he protects us so much that we have to be, like what Lala said, we have to be in secret sometimes in order to be able to be that vessel that we need to maneuver through. So that's how I look at boundaries.
And that is correct. It is a form of protection that I feel everybody should have. Everybody should be able to protect themselves. You know, if they just let
Alter,
anything happen.
Alter just said, build the walls that don't get them knocked down. You know, Scarface wrote a song that said, it's called The Wall. And he says, I don't jump over the wall. I knock the motherfucker down. Sorry, I didn't mean to cuss, Kev, but I had to on that one. But it was like, sometimes we don't build walls. We knock the shit down. You know? If that makes sense.
That made complete sense.
Yeah, AJ.
Mm.
So who next? Lala or Alter?
I didn't go either.
Oh, you ain't go? Go ahead, sugar.
I could go
That
last.
sound like I was flirting and stuff. Go ahead, Pie.
I could go last.
Go ahead. No, you might as
Okay.
well. No, you might as well. Cause
And with boundaries, I think that my boundaries come from safety. Like what keeps me safe. My boundaries is not to control the other person or to tell other people what to do. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
My boundaries is to control myself and to keep myself safe. And all the boundaries that I have keep me safe mentally, emotionally, psychologically, financially, sexually. You know, it just keeps me safe. So, and I feel like it's my job to set those boundaries and enforce it. And I feel like you should enforce your boundaries the first time people break it. You shouldn't let it slide or give people the benefit of the doubt and hope like maybe they had a bad day. No, the first time they cross your boundaries, you supposed to check it. It ain't your business why they crossed it. It's just your business, like to enforce it. And that's how I look at my boundaries, and that's where my boundaries come from.
Interesting.
Okay.
Interesting.
Now the last ones: triplets and quad and twin. Who first?
I'll be with triplets. I'll be with twins.
I actually never knew my father, so I don't have that. I'm just kidding. All right, so
Hmm.
that was messy. I'm sorry. All right,
So what kind of boundary is that?
all right, so now I don't even know the question. I'm too busy getting smart. Where are boundaries come from? Well, I think my boundaries just come from a self-awareness of things that are healthy, that I am uncomfortable with, and they come from and ultimately, like I said, I think some of those boundaries do come from scripture and do come from God. You know what I mean? Because I trust him with the utmost authority to understand things that I might not, you know. And so I did want to say this. When you guys were all talking, I was thinking about the fact that yes, you're absolutely correct that like your boundaries belong to you and you have to voice them. But I think what people forget, that there's a really big reason why you have to voice them. When somebody crosses a boundary that you never communicated, whose fault is that really?
That's yours.
That is your fault. Like you can't get people get so mad. No, because they crossed my boundaries. Did you communicate? People will cross 100% of the boundaries that you do not communicate. And so I feel like the reason a lot of people don't communicate them is because we live in a society where people are very reactive.
Entitled.
And entitled, exactly, and entitled. And so it's just like, oh, you should understand that this thing would upset me. I shouldn't have to understand myself before I try to ask someone else to respect it. You know what I mean? And then furthermore, I do want to say something about triggers, because I think some people are confusing boundaries with triggers. And I think that triggers are your own job to heal. Not the people that care about you can't try to be careful of those things and realize, oh, this really upsets her and she needs time to like process that. Or I know that like I don't like yelling. I hate it. But I have an unhealthy aversion to people raising their voice. Like I have stopped listening. This conversation is over. I can't go back to the conversation because my mind has already trailed off. I've shut everything down in this conversation because you're screaming at me. And so that's not a healthy thing. But what people do is say, okay, I don't like yelling. It's a trigger for me. So you should never, ever, ever yell at me or it's your fault. No, that's not healthy. Now you're policing somebody else's form of expression because you have an unhealthy reaction to a very normal way that somebody emotes. Because triggers are people's bad reactions to normal things. People normally yell. People get angry. People don't answer your phone calls. These are normal things that people do. And if everybody's not getting angry at that, if everybody doesn't see that as disrespectful, then we have to look at the fact that that trigger might just be for some past trauma for you, and you have to heal from that so that you can have a normal reaction that doesn't result in you being cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. So I think that I think people confuse boundaries and triggers, and they'll say like, oh, well, they crossed my boundary. I'm like, no, you're just triggered by whatever happened. for whatever your past is. I'm not that interested. You don't have to tell me. But whatever your past is triggering you, and now you're claiming that somebody crossed the boundary when there was no boundary even communicated. You know what I'm saying? So that's my 2 pennies in my house.
And your baby be crossing your boundaries every day, huh?
Let me tell y'all my
I have never
top
been more
from my house.
disrespected than in my house. What you say?
I'm just stuck on
So
this
y'all don't
panel
know
every
she was
day.
yelling at this phone, yelling at Alter, and I almost let her off, but we had a guest talk. Rage was talking, and he was a guest, so I let him talk. But I would she was going to interrupt Alter in the middle of her sentence a few minutes. She's like, hi, Alter! Hi, Alter! That's
I
her
love
thing.
it. I love it. But you know what? You proved a good point though too, Lala. When you talk about triggers, you know, boundaries are meant for you. It's kind of like that wall that you set up. But when you're triggered, there has to be a boundary within your own trigger. Within your own trigger, it's like if you get triggered that easy, look at like what we saw before you guys came on this live earlier, because I've been on Kev's live since he started it. Like there was a woman on here, she was so triggered, it's like, wait a minute, like, do you even recognize your own triggers? And do
Who's
you
my
even
old girl earlier?
That
yeah, and
Oh
thing,
boy.
I'm not
do
gonna
you
call her a
even
woman.
set boundaries for your own triggers? If you're triggered, it kind of reminds me of, oh man, I can't even use it. This analogy, I'm gonna try to do it in a nice way, like when a pew pew kind of goes off. Look, before you pull that trigger, what's going on in your brain, in your mind, in your emotions, in your, it's like if you're so triggered by somebody, do you know how to walk away? Do you know how to like release yourself? Or are you gonna feed into it? You know, are you actually gonna respond to it or react to it? You know, so I see where you're coming from, Lala, on that difference between boundaries and triggers. Actually, that would be a great topic, Kev.
Yeah.
Also, I just want to talk because I know it's Alter's turn. Also, I just wanted to say that I don't know what the misconception is, but people who love you should respect your triggers, should respect your boundaries. But people who don't know you have no obligation to tiptoe around your boundaries and feelings. This is why
Right.
what Pi said was so important, that like you have to communicate it because they don't have to, care. Sorry. Okay, it's Alter's turn. I just did that. I really only did that because it was her turn. I'm not even gonna hold you. I could have waited, but I wanted to wait and say it when she was talking.
Sorry, Lala and Alter. Go ahead, my sister.
You know what? I'm gonna find the mute quiet medication for y'all, and it's gonna work. I'm gonna make millions of dollars, and I'm gonna meet the host.
Thank you.
Y'all, cause y'all done said a lot of stuff. Oh, you know, heaven. Where do you get your boundaries from? Oh, I did want to expound on points on this here panel. To her point about the, whoop, I forgot. Oh well.
Hey yo.
I don't know what's going on. She started to beat me now for sure, man. Ain't nothing like yesterday. She put her hands up. Was so she,
Alter.
I got something serious to say. I forgot.
No, because she definitely just pulled a nay. She's like, I was about to say, and we're all like, what?
They were like, what?
What is it? What is she gonna say? I don't remember. Okay.
Like, that's crazy. It just totally left
It's
my
all right.
mind. That is so insane, bro. Oh, yes. I think the thing about the yelling thing, and it's up to you to, I don't know, whatever. Got it. Makes sense. Thank you. Because that's what happens when y'all make me wait for 25 years.
I don't know. If you can't repeat it back to me, I don't know if you really on my side or not for real. Because you just said it made sense, but you couldn't repeat what I said. So I don't believe you.
Well, when everybody's commenting on off of everybody's point, I can't even remember my own thoughts, so I can't. Right? Y'all be ping ponging. But I mean, I could low key go back to. I just want to just take too much time. But I did want to say, yes. When it comes to someone else doing something, because this one girl, she'll do this thing like, oh my God, can y'all stop tapping? Can y'all stop doing these? All these things that frustrates her or it makes her feel away. Now, granted, yes, you should speak up when things make you feel uncomfortable, but in certain scenarios, you're not, especially when it comes to expression. Like I said, when it comes to expression, you can't always police everybody's ways of expression. Now, if you hit me upside my head, I do get to police that because I would definitely make sure your arm never exists again. So, it's things like that you can say. But, how people say certain things and speak, you can't that triggered me, so I don't want you, you can't say that or do it this way. Because the thing is, it be the ones who get triggered easily by certain ways of communication that also have ways of communicating that's also triggering, but they ain't don't fix it. So, I appreciate you for saying that because it's something that we all gotta think about. Just gotta think about that. Because you may be triggered by certain things, but it's up to you to understand how things are being said and how people communicate. I think both parties can work on it. When you do acknowledge what things do cause you to feel, oh, I think you're mad at me when you're yelling, although that person's probably projecting his voice or she's projecting her voice based off of her expression or passion or emotion behind it. And I think both have the ability to be worked on in a sense. But don't be the one, throwing them daggers, and then when the fire comes back, you be like, "Oh my God, how could you?" But anyway, where do my boundaries come from? My boundaries come from experience. I love how Rach explained that earlier in his point. Like once you experience things that make you uncomfortable or that make you feel, oh yeah, don't do that because I don't want to be in jail or I don't want to feel away, then you got to set certain boundaries. But you also got to set boundaries for those people. Not just your own personal boundaries, but for the boundaries for other people. Because sometimes we have our own personal boundaries, but you don't set them for other people. You can say, oh, well, I won't go to somebody's house at this time, but he can come over here. Or she can do all these different things. Have boundaries for other people too. But if that's what you need to do for your own comfort or whatever the case is. But it comes from those values and boundaries. Of course, we all said biblically it comes from that because God does tell us how he wants us to rule over the world, over the earth. He does tell us how he wants us to be and how he wants us to be in position, which a lot of us fight, on this here app when it comes to women and the position that God puts us in, the boundaries that he has for us. I know as much as we want to be men, you can't do it. He put a boundary on that, ladies. Can't do it. All right. Gotta be a woman. It's crazy. But yeah, so, unless you got that money, you can go be a man tomorrow. I don't know. But anyway, so really, we have boundaries and they're important. They're necessary. Be realistic with your boundaries, and that's what it is. That's where they come from, though. For the most part, they come from experience.
Yeah, I wanted to say something about triggers. Like the example that I think somebody made about if somebody yelling, then you want to police them. If yelling is your boundary, like say somebody like, well, my boundary is I don't like people yelling at me. And then you get on a panel or wherever you at and people yelling, you can enforce that boundary by just leaving. You don't have to control the other person and tell them to stop yelling because you can't control people. You can enforce it by just leaving. Why stay? You know what I'm saying? If you stay in, you breaking your own boundary.
Yeah. That's such a good point. And I've said that before too, is that boundaries, when you set them, if somebody breaks it or you break it, it's actually on you because it was your boundary in the first place. So now you're going to be mad at somebody else for allowing somebody to do something wrong to you or you doing something wrong to somebody else. And now you're going to end up in that whole victim mentality mindset and all that bull stuff.
Am I the only one that sees it like, okay, I'm not a yeller. Like I told her, I hate it when people yell at me. And me
Me
and
too.
Arthur have had this conversation. I don't like when people yell at me.
Mm-hmm.
However, yelling or raising your voice is a natural form
It is.
of emotional expression.
It's true.
So when people are yelling, I think it's very odd to automatically criminalize them. I don't believe it's a healthy, like it's different if somebody's like just sitting here. I'm just sitting here for 20 minutes screaming at altar. That's a different conversation. But somebody
Right.
simply raising their voice and you don't like people yelling at you. I don't like people yelling at me. It's like one of those things for me that's like,
Yeah, it's like they're
it's a normal
expressing
form of
themselves.
expression, and you as a human should not be sent into fight. It's not a normal reaction when someone raises their voice to be mentally sent into fight or flight.
You know what's
Do not
crazy,
be
Lala,
there.
that you bring that up? I'm so glad you brought that up because I think a lot of people need to hear this because me and my husband had this conversation years ago and we've been together almost 9 years. And I used to not like his tone. Like I was like, are you yelling at me? Are you screaming at me? Are you just, no, he's like, no, this is just the way I talk. This is the way I express myself. So I had to bring myself back down, and I had to recognize that he wasn't yelling at me or screaming at me. He was just expressing himself.
And it's
You know,
okay.
so
And my thing is,
it's okay.
To request.
And it's
It's okay
okay.
to request that somebody not do it, right? Like it's okay to say,
Right.
hey, well, babe, I don't like it when you yell at me. But also,
Right.
like, it's not a healthy thing to, like I said, go into fight or flight, which is what most people do. When people start yelling at
Yeah, they'll run.
or people
Yep.
run out the room, or people
Yep.
just stand there. Me, I'm a freezer, and I don't say anything, and I'm just staring now because you're yelling, right? So that is not a
Exactly.
normal reaction
Mm-hmm.
to something like that. And so that means you have something that you have to go. And I know people hate
Yes.
this because
It
now
always
it's putting a
goes
little
back
bit of
down to
accountability on yourself.
Yep. It always goes back down to you. How are you reacting or responding to somebody expressing themselves?
Right.
I,
So
Go ahead,
go
sorry.
ahead.
no, go ahead.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
Go ahead to it. Then I'm gonna go.
Go ahead, kid.
Yeah. That just scared me though. That boy got deeper than mine. That was
He said,
crazy.
"Whoa." He said,
That
"Whoa."
was a real.
Lala, we on the same page on here.
You know what? Only on Kev's page. Only. Okay. Period.
I know, Alter.
Only. Okay. Period.
I know, Alter.
Because I'm about to say something smart, so I probably should be quiet anyway.
What happened? Oh,
I said,
my internet cut me off and came back. That was crazy.
oh, what was you about to say? Okay, well, I'll
Oh,
just say, oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
it's the same time again.
Now,
I
which
done
one of y'all
forgot
gonna
because
talk?
my
'Cause we
internet.
about to
What
sit
did
here and
what
play
was I
ping
about to
pong.
say?
Who's gonna talk?
Who's going to
You can
talk?
go ahead. I'm gonna try to remember what I was about to say. I forgot what I was about to say.
No, I was gonna say it's funny though, like when because this is the thing, right? This whole yelling thing. Like sometimes people feel like, I don't no nobody better yell at me. And the funny thing is when somebody I knew when I started talking, he gonna remember. But
Yeah,
it's
you heard that shit and everything. So I'm like, oh, I remember now.
go ahead, you can go.
Nah, I feel like
I was
I just
jogging his
let you get it
memory.
because I feel like you about to say what I'm about to say too. Anyways, go ahead,
I
do
don't
your
want you to
thing.
forget what you're gonna say though, so don't forget.
Got you.
Don't forget. If you do, just cut me off. But no, I was gonna say it's just interesting when people do say like, "Oh, I can't stand when people yell," but they like yell worse than the people that yell. It's crazy. Or right,
Critical.
or you have people who don't yell, and I'm not talking about like specifics. It's like in general because we hear these things. And yes, like Lala said, like we've had this conversation. Lala really doesn't yell, y'all, from. But no, like in general,
She yelled at me the other day. Quit that.
oh, she did. Well, it
Sorry,
just
no, I'm talking to.
it wasn't actually yelling. It was
Stop
just
telling
probably
stories.
expression. Stop telling stories. But no. But then you have some people who like, oh, I can't stand yelling. And nobody better yell at me. But then your mouth is a whole sword. You don't yell, but your mouth, you might as well. because it's a cutthroat. But then you be like, you make that other person feel worse for yelling, but your mouth is no better than theirs, even though their voice is raised. I just want to point that out. Go ahead, though.
So they,
Nice. Okay, so
they
you went from that angle. No, they did not act like they didn't hear I was about to go next, and that was crazy. That showed that people were just selfish. But anyways, they know they heard the little exchange we just had before. I literally said I'm gonna talk out the house, and then they're gonna still unmute themselves. That was crazy. But anyways,
actually, Kev, I've been unmuted, so there's no way you can say that to me.
that's the worst part. We literally did it. That's how I know y'all ain't paying attention. Because me and Arthur Lily was just about to say, we literally just made a negotiate like, all right, you can go and I'm going to go next. And then y'all said, F what y'all talking about, I'm going next.
My bad, I was focused on the fourth quarter.
Oh, but you was ready now. No, you was ready now, though. Focus.
No. Go ahead.
Stop messing with you.
Go ahead.
All right. I just wanted to say that... yeah, man. But I wanted to say, I think that's like one of the pettiest type of boundaries to have. If somebody yell at you, right? Because I see some people that actually just feel like people are going to be perfect. And then as soon as you say something or raise your voice, I can't handle that. That's abuse. I'm not going to do that no more. I can't take this. I can just imagine. Like, bro, I think that's a whole nother, I ain't gonna lie, that's a whole nother level of sensitiveness. I just believe so. Because there's no way that a human being... Well, they said, I guess Lala,
But
first
Kev,
human being I ever heard that.
I got a question. So if
Can
you
I
at work,
finish before you give me a question? That's crazy.
oh my God, go ahead, Al.
Dang, I don't even talk that much. What is going on? But anyway, I'm gonna be fast. Because I knew I was gonna forget. People just know my brain is like. But what Lala said. I think it's a time in life. I don't know human beings unless you don't, like I said, unless you're the first human being that don't yell or raise a voice. But even that, some people just take that as raising your voice or whatever, and they dang near be like calling it a quits. I'm not that type of person. You're not going to do that to me and something like that. I think that's how people disqualify themselves for relationships and even friends, because that's dang near impossible. Humans gonna express themselves, or it's gonna be even if they don't do it frequently though, it's gonna be times, right? It's just gonna be a time. It's no way. I don't think I've ever met a human being that ever not yelled or we can say that yelled or raised their voice. So that's impossible. Well, I don't know. To me, it's impossible. Let me just stick with that. So I'm done. Go ahead. Everybody can do y'all thing. I go back to quiet for another 2 hours.
I think everybody raises their voice at some point or another. I don't think it's like that's what I was saying though. It's a normal reaction to like an emotional stimuli, something that's upsetting you or that you're excited. Right? People can accept it when you're excited. They can accept you yelling when you're happy and excited. But if you show normal emotion, they're like, "Oh my God, I can't believe you raised your voice."
But is there a difference? Because if you're at work and someone that is over you, say your supervisor, manager, whatever, is yelling at you, so y'all accept that? That's acceptable?
Well, if you want to quit the job, you're gonna be leaving every last job you go to. Then, if that's the case,
So people yell at y'all at work,
it's possible.
If
like
it's
a child?
This is what I say about boundaries. Like, regardless of how we feel about other people's boundaries, we could think it's stupid, we could think it's petty, we could think it's impossible, but we can't control other people's boundaries. It's either you like it or you don't like it. Either you take it or you leave it. You know what I'm saying? Because if you're yelling, they have an emotion towards you yelling. Just like when you're yelling, you're expressing an emotion. The way that they feel is an emotion. So for every action is a reaction. So both people are being emotional. The person yelling is being emotional, and the person getting yelled at is being emotional.
Well, what human ain't?
You can't control a person that's yelling because that's their emotion, and you can't control somebody who's responding to your emotion. It's just the fact that if you can't handle being yelled at, you can walk away. And if you can't, you can't really tell somebody to stop yelling, and you can't tell somebody to get over
them yelling at you. I mean, you yelling at them. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like a contradiction where you don't want nobody to control your emotion, but then you're trying to control somebody else's. So everybody have to respect everybody's boundaries or leave them alone.
I just want to know who quit their job when their boss yelled. That's all I want to know.
Well, I saw my boss yelling at another employee, and then he was like, "Oh, Tiff, I saw your face when I was." like, "Yeah, because you better not ever talk to me like that." That was me asserting said boundary.
That's
Y'all said that to your boss?
Yeah.
Oh
Hey,
yeah,
y'all, this ain't no generation. I ain't gonna lie,
you getting
y'all
demoted.
bossy.
Gonna be
I
making
didn't.
budget. You think you finna?
No, I didn't. Because your
yeah.
boundary is your level of your self-respect as well.
But
So
you gotta
remember
Good
think.
luck.
that.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Hold on. Think about it like this, right?
Good luck to
Say,
you.
hold
Letting
on.
people
Hey,
talk to you crazy.
let me put something into your head real quick, right?
You said I got money. I would be making money.
say you wanna say you need a job, right? You gotta go to orientation, and I'm talking about this orientation is big because y'all work at a big warehouse, right? And then y'all have the supervisor, and he gotta talk to y'all. You expect him to talk normally? No, because the people in the back ain't gonna hear it. He gotta raise his voice, so therefore he has to yell. You feel me? He has to raise his voice.
Some people don't care. You gotta realize that.
Difference. It's a difference in voice elevation to be
Oh my God.
audible and to be heard, and someone emotionally yelling at you out of upset, anguish, anger, and all
Welcome to
those
being a human.
I'm saying, like,
that doesn't make Kev.
yes, it does.
If you allow people
Have
to
you
yell
ever
at
yelled in your life or
something-
something, or you just a robot?
I be yelling in personal situation. I do be yelling, but I'm
Okay,
not
so
yelling.
you're a hypocrite.
I never. But listen. Hey yo, listen to me. I have people that work for me. I do not talk to them in that manner ever. Even when they fuck up or have whatever mishap, I talk to them as if they are adults that can comprehend what I'm saying in an even tone, and people receive that information better as well.
So do you yell at like like a guy that you was in a relationship with? Have you yelled at him?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why I'm saying. I think. Hold on, wait. Here's the thing. I think that's why you shifted it to the. Y'all be trying to make yourself look good and it's be so funny.
I mean, but I'm not making myself look good if I'm actively telling
It's
you
just funny
there's a difference between a person.
because you switched it to like the job, and we were talking about like individuals like personal levels. So I just thought that was interesting. I thought you was gonna keep the same.
Personal and professional. Your decorum and your behavior professionally doesn't differ from personal.
No.
It does, but that's the whole point I was making.
That's the whole
point. Wait, hold on. That's the whole point I was making because we were on a personal level, and you shifted to the job thing to make it though. So you know what I'm saying? Because you're just trying to. I don't know why you switched.
No, but I just when y'all said yelling, that's what I automatically assumed. I didn't hear you guys saying any like if that's my boundary, right? It's automatically gonna go to the thing where I deem it to be. So if I think it's unacceptable in a professional manner, that's what my mind went to. I didn't try to change the parameter of the conversation to fit
It's
this.
always.
I saw.
It's always.
Can we be hypocrites to our boundaries?
Yeah. Nobody's
Interesting.
yelling at me at work, and you accept that, so that's cool.
I mean, if you do something wrong and you knew it was wrong to do, and that person got mad, you can't get mad because that person is yelling now.
You a child?
You did that thing that.
These are the same people that be losing. Like that's why I said it reminded me of that one situation where I said somebody had kids and all type of stuff, and just because she got caught out in her name, they missed the whole entire relationship up and forgot about the kid because people are so sensitive nowadays. That's crazy to me, man. Like people nowadays pick their feelings over or prioritize their feelings over how the life is, and then they don't even let people slide, but they want people to slide for them. You see what I'm saying? That's crazy. I'm just emotional. That's the reason why I did it. But you don't get no chance. That's my boundary. But I was just emotional. I'm sorry.
People get anger mixed up with assertiveness. Look, you can be angry and you can be mad and angry over something. But assertiveness is what brings your boundaries into it. There's a difference between being angry and being assertive. I'm gonna put up a wall like what we were talking about earlier. there's a difference between being angry and being assertive. Sometimes we have to put
Anger
like
have nothing to do with assertive. Man, you most definitely got
Okay,
that right.
okay. Since you
exactly.
said that,
Because
right?
assertive is just
I'm
being
a
more direct. That's
I'm
all
gonna
that
go
really
back.
is.
I'm gonna go back
Yeah,
on
I think
something
that
that.
she was talking about circumstantial. Like, I think that when she talk about yelling, I think that she's saying that her boundaries, she don't like somebody yelling at her based on certain circumstances.
And she ain't
Whereas,
say that. She just
But
said I
that's
I
don't
mean,
like
that's
yelling.
just
right.
what I heard
Hold on.
her. That's my understanding of what she was saying when she was
Let me
saying
say
Oh,
that.
you
this,
trying to
right?
make her, you trying to save her or something. You trying to bring that
No,
cape out.
I'm just trying to
You trying to be Superwoman.
I'm trying to listen to understand, not to react, you know?
You trying to be Superwoman. But some,
And that's okay that you let your boss yell at you in your face.
But
That's
that's the
fine.
thing. Hold on
see
though.
that she
Hold
just
on.
did the
Let me.
same thing too. Just put their
I'm
own
finna.
interpolation in it. Uh-huh.
Interpolation.
I'm finna rebuttal you real quick, right?
I learned that
Because
from my boy
everything
Sean
else that you just
That's
at
not
said,
work.
even
right?
the correct. You didn't say it properly. It's interpretation, not
No, I
interpolation.
said interpolation right for a reason.
Did
Hold
I
on.
explain it right, Google? Is that what you were saying? That is
Let's see, let's see,
circumstantial?
let's see, let's see,
Yeah,
let's see.
it is
Is it right?
circumstantial. What? I
Of course
don't
she
need
gonna
to
say
be
it right.
I don't need to be
You
coddled
just
because
saved her.
I definitely articulated myself properly, sweetie. Because I even gave you the setting in which I thought that. So what are you talking about?
Hold
I
on.
don't need to be safe. I stand on 10 on 10 on 10.
Hey, after I done used so many counters and now
Hey,
we, oh, that's what I
look.
meant.
Hold on though.
But Kev, you literally
It's
went
cool
out
though.
of the
She
bounds
saved
of
you.
the
She
way that
saved you.
No, I
But once we
literally
caught out the
listened to what
hypocrite stuff,
she.
no, that's what I meant.
I wasn't trying to
Of course
save her.
anybody's
She
going
don't.
to switch it up. Who's going to
But
It
not
that's the
don't
switch it
need to
up?
she
be.
is a
Kev, it's
You don't
hypocrite.
need
After
to
that,
okay
they
be.
that
got
you
caught.
get yelled at. It's okay.
She is a hypocrite, and
We get it. You
this is
just
how I'm
said
gonna
it
tell you.
100 times. We
It's
get it.
okay. And
Th-
Rage, you too.
no, hold on, but
No,
you gotta respect what I'm saying though. You are a hypocrite because look at what you just said. You said you saw your boss yell at somebody, right? And then
Yes.
you told your boss, you better not yell at me like that, right?
Yeah.
Whole time. Now you go home to your significant other. Your significant other do something wrong, and he piss you off. Now you yelling at him.
I also just gave you the same
That's a
parameter.
hypocrite.
Wait.
I
I
don't
just
care
gave.
which way you put
Hold
it.
on, wait
You
a
being a
minute,
hypocrite.
because you can overtalk me, but my point is still valid. I gave you the same circumstance. I said I have people that work for me, and their wrongdoing, I do not yell at them. How is that a
That's because you're
hypocrite? That's the
inferior.
same setting. That's the same circumstance in the same situation. In no way, in shape, or form am I a hypocrite. Thank
You
you.
are a hypocrite. If you
Got you.
said
Let
you
her
Checkmate.
don't
have
like
it, man.
nobody
Just
yelling,
Checkmate.
I'm gonna go
Checkmate.
back your base. You said you don't like nobody
Checkmate.
yelling at you, but you will yell at
Check.
somebody.
yeah,
That's a
but that
Checkmate.
ain't what
right
she
there.
said.
Point blank. Period.
Rage.
Checkmate.
That's not what she
that ain't what
said.
she said, right?
I wasn't. She don't need to be saved. Like with the way she explained it, I'm listening to understand, not to react or not to debate. And from my understanding of what she said after listening to her, I'm hearing her say that it's circumstantial. Like there is a justifiable reason to yell, and there's an unjustifiable and inappropriate reason to yell. If it's inappropriate, that's her boundary. That's what I heard her say.
I don't think the
But
problem.
in a
You said
professional
people
But
don't
that's
setting,
the
listen to
same thing.
understand.
It's
in
the
a
same thing of
professional
what she's saying,
setting, she think
whether
it's
She
it's
didn't say all
inappropriate
inappropriate.
that
or
though.
not.
But
She
that's
just
what I
added all
heard
that
her
extra
say.
after somebody clocked it.
The example she gave, that's my understanding of what she was saying.
But
That's
it's
what
Okay.
I'm
still
saying.
at the end of the day, it's still the same thing.
It's
So
It's,
not the same thing.
It doesn't matter what circumstance you in, right? If you're
Yeah, there
yelling,
is
okay,
circum.
you're yelling, right? But then,
how
if
you gonna set
being
us? You
assertive
gonna set a
is
boundary for
talking,
yelling and then say, "Oh, I meant it this way."
I literally
being
gave you.
assertive is
I said,
talking.
do you accept
You
being
said
yelled at
yelling.
work? That was the
It's
premise from the rip.
no, because you know what?
If
No,
you
you
yell,
put it in the
There's
chat.
no
So
such
let's go
thing.
back to where it started at then, right? Well, I
There's
can
no
go
such
all the.
thing as
I remember when it started. Let me see. Let me scroll up.
You
I'm
can
keep
scroll
scrolling
up,
up.
and you can also look at your recording. And I said, do you accept people
I
yelling
don't
at you at
allow
work?
people because I didn't forget what you said. I don't allow people to yell at me. Now,
Yeah.
save person came in here and saying this is what you meant, but this is what you wrote, and I'm only really attacking what you wrote. And then as we clocked it, right, you start changing it more and more after we basically trying to correct you and say you limit yourself, but you didn't never say that. But you want to act like that's what you were saying from the beginning after somebody
But
started
wait,
like, hold up, that don't sound like that's right.
but when I start speaking, when I came on the panel and I spoke, the first thing I said to you is, Kev, do you allow people to yell at you at work? That was the first thing I said. And you can't denounce that. It's an absolute fact.
How you
Okay.
gonna ask that? I'm the one that asked you about the work thing.
I
I
asked you,
said,
Kev, do you not know, do you not remember what you said? Because I remember what I
and
said,
I
but
think we done got so deep into it. Yeah, I know said so many
that's not
examples
that
and stuff. So
serious. It's not that serious, but you can't
it is. I mean, it
you can't
isn't. So
combat my
yeah, you're right
point.
about that. So we don't have
Yeah.
to.
But back to
We're
you.
gonna just say
Yeah,
that's
because,
what you said. Then we're gonna just stick with that, and that's all. We
Because,
can't
like,
really
think
change that.
about it. Think about it.
I'm glad I got recordings though.
There
I
is
agree.
some boundaries. There is a lot of boundaries that are circumstantial and contradictory. Just like
That's why
as
you
a
explain
black,
in detail,
just
right?
like as a black person, like if your own people call you an N-word, that's not a boundary. But if somebody opposite of you call you the N-word, that's the boundary. So there is such thing as circumstantial
Yeah,
boundaries.
yeah, right.
Where
We know that.
you
We know
set
that though. But
boundaries
that's something
based
you
on different
specify, right?
environments.
That's
You
something you
set a
specify. We know that though. That's something you just specify though. But you don't say as a whole, right? Or write in the comments say, "Well, I don't like the N word," and then soon as somebody say they clock you on it, and they be like, "Well, I don't like the N word from YT people." You never said that. But as you talk now, we got to fill in the blank and say, "Oh, you know what? That's what you meant," or something like
You
that.
never had to fill in the blank if the first thing I said was, "Do you allow people to yell at you at work?" What are
Oh
you
my, you added
talking
that on
about?
there. I was talking about the
Trying to
comment. I
debate
was talking about the comment.
I mentally spar on an intellectual level. You cannot get me. You're checked up. Check me.
I guess so, whatever. But
Oh,
like I
because
said, I only went
he
for
is
that
clocked already,
comment,
so
and
I'm
we
not about
added
to
extra
do that.
stuff on there, so it's
Yeah.
cool. So next time I'm gonna be like, I don't like people that get in their emotions. Wait, I meant selectively. Selectively, like in this way. That's what
Okay.
It's okay.
So,
Like communication do work in detail though. We don't want to leave. But I guess everybody they got mind readers, so now too and all that. So that's cool.
But the
then,
comments only allow you to say so much because it stopped you after a
No, they
certain.
don't,
No,
man. Oh my,
she
you
could have
trying to
fit
save
all of that
everything today?
emotion.
That's crazy.
But
She could
it's
have
My
put
me.
all of that
gosh, she only
I
wrote about
get where she
five
coming
words. She
from.
had
I
enough
get
space
it.
to put that down
She could have put
yo,
all
Kev,
that she was
you're
talking about in that sentence that she commented.
because she heard
So that
exactly
is
what
not
she was actually
a
replying to
valuable
what somebody was talking about when at the yelling part. That she said, "Nah,
they
ain't
was
nobody."
never
Basically
talking
saying nobody
about
yelling at me.
they was never talking about a personal circumstance though.
It doesn't matter what circumstance.
People is
If
anybody
you
that's
said you don't
outside
like
of my
yelling,
house.
that means you don't like nobody at all yelling at
People
you,
is
which
outside of
means
my
you
house.
can't yell at
Rage,
nobody else.
rage,
But if you take
settle
yourself
down,
to yell at other people, that means you're a hypocrite. And
settle
who cares
down.
about what you feel?
Who
You
cares?
just
Well,
is a hypocrite.
you
You
let
gotta take
people
that.
go around yelling at you. You don't have self respect. So I don't care
I'm
I
about
love,
how.
I
raising my
love how we
voice
use
now,
extremes
though.
though. All
I'm
right, so we
raising my
done with
voice
that though.
now.
We
Yeah,
done. We
we can
done
be
with that
done with
though.
it.
So everybody said they. So we got the all the boundaries so far. I think.
I didn't answer the first part because I had a question
Hey Ma,
about. Hmm?
nothing. I was talking in my chat.
Yeah, about the how do you know if you're being used? Because sometimes I feel to be used is also to be a utility or to be useless if you're not.
Yeah, but he talking about in a negative way, not in a positive way.
Oh, okay.
I mean, she said the first part, so the first part.
But he said good or bad.
She talking about the other one. How do you know when others? She talking about the first part.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
the first part.
Negatively, used negatively. I thought she was talking about the first at
No, I
first.
was talking about the top of the top.
What the? Yeah, it do say good and bad on here.
Yeah,
I
but
tried to do the Superman. I messed up.
Keep yourself right, Kev. Do you need to go to bed?
I threw my cape on. It ain't work. But yeah, that one is just basically so how do you know if you're being used in a good way or a bad way? How you know the difference? Or you could be like somebody that came up here earlier. They just said you being used is only in a bad way. So or either or. How do you know if somebody's using you in those ways?
well, good way. I would say, when you see someone needs your help, they have gratitude, they're appreciative, and it's not perpetual. Like, they don't need to keep using you for whatever favor. And the bad way is the lack of gratitude, and that it's gonna be a reoccurring thing, and they don't see value in you as an individual, but they just see
Mm.
you as like I said, like, they're using you because this is what they actively do amongst others. And if someone is a user, you can generally see that they don't got nobody to use, because they didn't used up everybody around them most of the time.
Okay. So since you use, that's funny. So you say gratitude sounded like the key word you used in there.
Yeah.
So since you said that, then say if it was a dude that just wanted to sleep with you and he said thank you. Uh,
Yo, so you a
thank you, ma'am.
villain today, an antagonist.
That's
Okay.
a good question.
Well,
I
if
want
he
to know
said
the
thank
answer to
you,
that.
if he said thank you, and I was also great,
Good
we're on the
question,
same
Kev.
page. Look, we on the same page. Maybe he might come again. Look, thank you, come again.
That's all they got to do is keep saying that. Dang, my goodness, I'm
But you
scared.
know what, Kev? The way that I see it is that you get, if it's something good, it's mostly a bartering system, meaning that it's working both ways. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? Like, hey, like normally when you find a partner or a friend, you're beneficial to them and they're beneficial to you. So it's like a bartering system where it's a two-way street. When you're used in a bad way, it's always a one-way street where the other person is left to be depleted or emptied. But when it's a good thing, y'all both feel fulfilled. You know what I mean? Y'all both feel poured into. Y'all both feel like I could depend on you, you could depend on me type stuff.
Mhm. Okay. 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 Um, for the opposite way. Okay, hold on. Let me get my two minds that just came up here late to the party.
I was about to say that too. You know what I'm saying? You got
So who
AJ.
came up first? Was it AJ or
It's AJ came up
Oh,
first.
AJ,
They
AJ.
came up after.
AJ.
Hey AJ.
Hey everybody, how's everybody doing?
What's the deal? You know I'm good.
Always, always. You know me, I'm always blessed. Let's see what the topic is. You want me to just answer all the way down, or how far y'all get to?
We on the first three, well, including the red part. So yeah, we on the first three.
Okay. How do you know you're being used for good or bad? Usually for me, if somebody is using me in a good way, we probably had a conversation. I'm aware of what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Usually if it's in a bad way, it's an entitlement. Give me 2 seconds.
Did she just throw a bar and then muted it? That's crazy.
And she didn't repeat
No,
that
my
back.
bad. My
She
bad. My
said
bad. My
Like,
bad.
bring that
She
back. I
gonna
didn't
throw
see
it like she was the go with it. And I said less. Let's say less after that.
Alright,
um.
my bad. Trying to get my dog together. Hold on, give me 2
Oh,
seconds.
okay. Cool. Yeah, do your thug this one. Do your thug this one. Let me get what you
Uh,
should.
did you need me to repeat that or what happened?
Oh no, you good. You good. That was it for that part.
Oh, okay. You want me to keep going or no?
No, that's. I mean, no. I was just saying that because I didn't want to make sure you added or took it away.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure if you wanted me to keep going, but I'll shut up. I'll mute up.
No, you could do the rest of the two now though. Then I was just making sure you was done with that first one.
Oh, yeah. I'm done with the first one. But yeah, no, it's an entitlement thing. What are the reasons people would not see they're being used negatively? I think people, for the most part, know that. They just go against their own instincts,
Mm-hmm.
right? They want to justify it, like, oh, that's not happening. We want to give people the benefit of the doubt. Give me two. Sorry. We want to give people the benefit of the doubt, so therefore we'll justify stuff, right? We'll put on the blinders. We'll pretend we don't see it. It's either that or people are just, we want to play naive. We want to play ignorant to it. So that's my personal belief. I think we always know. And I think that's the reason why when we do get played, we take it as hard as we do, because it's not necessarily you're mad at that person for playing you. You're mad that you allowed that person for playing you, if that makes sense. Where do your boundaries come from? Boundaries are going to come from, that's where you put the standard in your life, what you're going to accept and what you're not going to accept. Those come from you at the end of the day. And those are also going to come based on a person's, their life experiences, right? Not everybody
So
has the
this is
same
more of a
boundaries.
personal question.
Yeah, yeah, and then,
Okay.
yeah, okay, yeah. So for me, it comes from experience, right?
Oh, I like that. There we go. There we go. There we go.
Yeah, yeah. So for me, it comes from experience, and then also kind of where I want my life to go. So I may have different boundaries as I get older and I evolve, right? When I was younger, I didn't really have as much life experience, so I kind of allowed everything to come in. As I've gotten older and I've learned, now we can't let everything come in and not everything come over here. You know what I mean? Some things can stay over there. So, I think that just definitely comes from that. And then, sometimes, I mean, they can come derived from a lot of different places, but I do think a lot of people mix up like their internal like morals and their boundaries, because there's a difference between having like morals and a boundary, right? Like I have morals, like morally, like I don't want to hurt anybody. I want to do, your typical morals portion of it, but those are not boundaries. That's just my morals, right? My internal code. That's what gets me through the day, and helps me kind of make decisions. But your boundaries is just like that's your gateway to being like, nope, not putting up with that goal there type situation. So yeah, you want me to go on to what are you willing to sacrifice?
I think you good now on that. You caught up.
Okay, cool.
Nay. Next. What happened to the other two? Just dropped out on me and never came back. That's crazy. What's up, Nay? How you feeling? You been all right?
Yeah, like how you just fall asleep last night on a live?
Yeah, not
Like,
you just coming up here attacking me. Oh, that's crazy. Did I fall asleep? Did I fall asleep? Dang. Did I? You got me thinking now.
I can't talk. I did that last night too, if that means anything. I was in Nala's live and passed out in there.
Oh yeah, I was about to say. I think I did get up. I got up. I think I don't think I did hide behind the camera and stuff, but no, I think I got up.
Done with you, kid. Done with you.
Then I went in there
okay,
and messed with I think I fell asleep in A Live actually when I was when messing with AJ and them, and I got up and fell asleep. I was like, it's two AJs in the box.
You're right, bro. We was tripping everybody out in that. My bad. I'll make it quick. Yeah, we were tripping everybody out in that live because I guess I really don't hear it, so I don't understand what y'all say when you all say we sound alike. But I'm like, all right,
Just go
whatever.
for our word.
I'm just gonna go for it, all right? And I'm just gonna find whatever, right? If everybody's saying it, it must be true. Like I can't be like, nah, y'all tripping because not everybody tripping. Maybe I'm the one tripping. I need to go tie my shoe. I'm gonna be quiet and throw back over the name of that little sis.
okay, how do you know if you're being used?
What the? Is your mic on? What the heck was that? Why you trying to sound like that? It's like boo, 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 boo. No, I ain't tripping.
Can you hear me?
There you go. There you go.
Okay, how do you know if you're being used, good or bad? Okay, what Google Tips said, like you know if you're being used good, like okay, like if you're like being used good, it's like the person use you, like they use you like only okay, like they only use you like only like for good, like I think she said gratitude, like for good things, like they don't take advantage, and also like it's also reciprocated. And when it's like bad, like people take advantage, like it's not reciprocated. Like it's like you only doing stuff for them, Like, they don't do nothing for you. It's not reciprocated. They only expect you to do stuff. Like AJ said, entitlement. Like, why am I only doing stuff? But I'm also the type, like, I don't even ask for, like, nothing back. But, yeah, like you're not finna use me. Like, I mean, like, I would help you, but yeah, like, you can, like, just tell when somebody just using you because they know, like, you would, like, lend your hand to help them.
May, I got a question.
Yeah, like, they be grateful. Like, you can tell. But yeah,
Have you been drinking tonight? Because it seems like, I'm not gonna lie, for the minute that I've known you, you've been talking like very much clearly and like with more energy. Is either you're tired or you've been drinking or consuming the great lettuce of all time. But you sound like very low to like to compare to like the normal days where you are on here and you're speaking. So I don't know. I know, but most of the times while I'm up here on Cap Panel, she's like more energetic. That's what basically what I'm saying. She basically like her
Now
energy.
she haven't got that good topic yet to her. Exactly. It's not. You know when
no,
something is.
y'all are funny because I don't even be drinking, so I don't even know what.
I guess he just saying you sound more chill. That's all he's saying, though. But
Yeah, basically.
no, she just haven't got the topic yet. She'll be. As soon as we get the right thing, she gonna be back. She's just chilling it though. I swear when you made me think about that gratitude thing, I think about that saying "Wham bam, thank you, ma'am." Chuck is crazy. It makes sense now. I don't know. That was so funny. That was funny. You got now you got two more. What is the reasons people would? Oh no, you already did it. Right, never mind. You did. I thought about that. Just thought about that. Yeah. You did it so fast. That's what happened. I didn't even notice that. Wow.
What do you want me to do? Where do your boundaries come from?
Oh yeah. That's what I thought. Yeah. Do that one. Yep.
Yep.
Okay, well, your boundaries come from.
And it's personal to it's personal. Where yours come from, like for today? Where your boundaries come from?
Oh, well, like, my boundaries come from me, therapy,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, like, me, therapy, and other things because it's like you need boundaries for yourself. Like, you can't just be everything to everybody and you don't even have no boundaries. Like, you letting everybody walk all over you, like, and you don't even have no boundaries. Like, they thinking they can do everything. And yeah, like, that's crazy.
Okay.
Type-ish.
I think because and I like that because I think it's like a center to everybody. It's like mine, right? I can say my center to my boundary. My center will be peace. It came from so all my boundaries are surrounded by peace, and it came also to add to it like through experience. So that's what mine's kind of center on. Like my boundaries, like even like and that's how I realize how deep peace is. It's like, man, I'm like, nah, I'm not. I can't take what's that? A confrontational type person, a person addicted to attention. That's kind of like the same thing as my red flags, I guess, or whatever. People that's I got a few things though.
Like, and hold on. Like, and also that leads to you, like, being like a people pleaser. Like, you don't have no boundaries. Like, you don't even, like, say nothing. Like, you're probably scared to say something because you don't want to piss nobody off.
Right.
Like, no, like, I don't care. Like, I don't care no more. Like, oh well,
No, nay. Ooh.
like yeah, because you're not gonna walk all over me.
That's true. Turn into a dope man. Nobody trying to be no dope mats around here. Um. Oh, Cece, let's get Cece in the building. What's up, Cece? Where you been at, man? You back on the good side again? Hey. So let's stop messing.
I be dipping and dabbling.
You dipping and dabbling. That's cool. That's cool. Just don't bring no residue over here. You know
Oh
what
no,
I'm
I don't do that. I don't do that. I don't carry no types of bones. I leave that where it's at. I just be listening. That's it. I just be listening, standing on the wall. That's it. Like, oh, okay.
Just a little fly on the wall.
But now, so for the first one, when you say good slash bad, I know the slash means and or. So do you
And
want
or,
like,
yeah.
yeah, you want to like answer both?
You can do it both, or you can do it individually if you want to.
Okay.
Or I mean, and or. I mean, you can do it either or. Too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. How do you
All
know
right,
if you're
sugar. I mean,
being
pie. I
used?
keep doing it.
How do you know you're being used? I would say used. Okay, I'll say both. So me, I feel like being used in a good way will have you to feel good about the sit. I don't know, because everyone is used for something, and that can be bad or good. So being used to me in a good way, I feel good about it. Like, it's okay that you need me to cook. You using me because you can't cook your meal. That's fine, because I'm using you because I don't know how to work on cars. I don't know. I guess the best way.
Interesting. I like that. I like that. I like that. That was
So
good.
then a bad is like when you're using me but I'm not getting anything out of it. Like for an example, I'll say I can use the same thing. Well, I cook for you, but you can't even lift a finger to wash the dishes. So like, or you can't work on my car, you can't cut my grass. I went to relationship, but that's
It
like,
did sound like it was getting to.
yeah.
That was
But
slick.
I mean, in friendship too, like with a friendship, I can say the bad thing is like you call me with all your things and need my advice, but I can't do the same in return. Like you can't give me the same in return. If I call you, you got time for it, you don't want to hear it. But it's like when you call me, you always want me to make time and be there. So it's like, it's not that I'm being used negatively or like, oh, well, I need help with this bill. And I'm like, okay, I got you. But if I come crying to you, well, why you need help though? All I'm saying is like, I don't ask you those questions when you need help. I just be like, boom, there you go, got you. But no, like, I feel like that's a negative way, I guess, if that's getting through to anybody. What are reasons people would not see they are being used negatively? I like to say, I was thinking like the phrase love is blind. So when someone is in a relationship, it can be, romantically or just a friendship, you care about this person so much that it's like, it's unbelievable to think like this person is using me in a bad way. So you just keep doing what you're doing because you're like, well, no, you're in denial. Like, no, this person, they just trying to get on their feet until it really hits you. And this person just told you last week that they needed help with their rent. If it was a friend, they needed help with their rent or they couldn't make their car payment. But then you go on social media and you see they on vacation. Because how? Man, how? Or you with someone in a romantic relationship and then they claim they can't do anything for you, but in the same sense they can when if y'all break up or whatever. It's like they're willing to make it without you. It's like they're negative, they're not doing anything positive for you. So I mean, and I feel like that's why, like, you won't see it until you see it. Try not to put some people, it's not it, but yeah. Where do your boundaries come from? My boundaries come from previous hurt. I say, for me, that's me personally. My boundaries come from knowing what hurt me and knowing where I went wrong in situations, and I place boundaries on that. So For me, one of my boundaries is like I was using, like I did have a friendship where it was like one sided. So now in a friendship, my boundaries is I'm not going to, I won't allow someone to get too close, or I won't like get to the point where I'm giving you so much of my time and it's not being brought back to me. I have boundaries in that. Like my boundaries is getting too close to someone because that really hurt me. Well, outside of my spouse and my children, I mean. But yeah. I don't Is that the last one, Mr. Kev? I'm sorry.
Right.
Yeah, I think
For
yeah.
right now.
So we could do, I guess, an open
Oh, I
panel,
did
and then
that.
we get to the sacrifice after that.
Oh
The
Lord, a sacrifice.
the sacrifice is gonna be crazy work. I'm already knowing. It's about to be wild in here. Um,
Mm.
but Cece, I like the points that you gave. Like, you feel me? Like, I had something similar. Mine was like from the past experiences and like the things that I've sat back and I've watched happen that I knew I wouldn't want to go through myself, and that's how I set mine. And I feel like it actually works. You know what I'm saying? Because now I'm having more peace with the decisions I make now. I'm not overthinking everything and everything that I'm saying, and I'm telling myself I want to do. I'm doing them, and I'm doing them with a smile on my face, regardless if it fails or if it doesn't. I still have that that clarity that I have my boundaries set in place to where nobody can come and mess it up, and it allows me to mess it up myself, and I can learn from that. So yeah, you know.
Yeah, I understand that. Facts.
AJ, I saw you raising your hand. What's up?
I don't like cutting people off. Uh, but finish here, Jennifer. And I just wanted to add another thing to me when it comes to my boundaries, or at least where I'm at now in life, is I try to make sure that my boundaries come from a healthy, healed, and then a growth, like in a place of growth. Um, is also super important to me. That's more or less just kind of where I move towards. Because, we're talking about life experiences. For the longest time, I had very unhealthy boundaries. Um, I never let nobody in. I didn't talk to people. Like, got super isolated. Nobody ever knew anything that was going on with me. And in turn, I just became very isolated and lonely. And not lonely, like, in the sense of, like, oh, I need to be around people. But, like, when you're going through stuff, it sucks sometimes to, like, always have to deal with that all by yourself, if that makes sense. Not saying that you should, like, put that on people all the time, but it is nice to be like being able to like open up and be like, yeah, dude, I'm not okay. It's, you know what I mean? This is what's going on, and we can have like a real conversation about it. Versus like before, where like most of my boundaries were literally like out of a place of hurt and pain. So, well, I'm gonna share that.
Okay, but like I want to say that like I can relate to what Cece was saying, like with the one-sided friendships, because like I have definitely like had those, and yeah, like I've also like had to set boundaries also, like, and I think like I've had to set more boundaries like out of hurt too. So yeah.
Yeah, I would say that, it can, to me, I understand like you don't want to set unhealthy boundaries out of hurt. And I get that. It's like not everybody is going to suffer because of that. It's particular people, and it's a certain situation that I won't. Like family has done it, friendships has done it. So it's like I've learned to not jump, like, okay, as soon as somebody say, oh, this is going on, da da da, I've learned to like stay in my lane in a sense, I guess. Like I don't jump. Like I used to be like, oh snap, you need what? Da, da, da. Okay, I got you. Like I stay in my lane because then it's like it's flipped to, well, I ain't asked you. It's not the point that you didn't ask. It's the point that I saw, I care, I love, I saw that you needed it. And I did that. But it's like, but you don't care or love enough to see that I really need. I'm getting 99 questions and how can I help? Ain't one. So I don't like that. It's like I hate well, I'm gonna say I dislike that very much because it's like, why? You know?
Exactly. But I used to like kind of be like that because I used to like kind of be like a people pleaser so bad, exactly like that, and like yeah, like when somebody like needed help like that, like here I come, and like then like here I come running, like, and I would be the one disappointed every time.
Girl
What?
got the cape on and all. Da, 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 da. Here to save you. I'm sorry.
First of all, shout out to the host, everyone on the panel. And
Yo.
I didn't mean to interject. I just I can identify what you said. I am a former people pleaser, and I can proudly say that because I had to have an acknowledgement moment and become aware of that. And this is the dangers of being a people pleaser. See, people will always add more stuff to their list. Does that make sense? They will always add more stuff to their list. They're like, oh, if you do this, this, and this, I finally accept you. I finally love you. Da 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 da. Whatever. Just add whatever you want to connotation you want to add to that, right? I came to a realization, right, dealing with my auntie and other family members. Like, man, here I am, always trying to be available, right? This is the thing. We overly extend ourselves. We make ourselves too available to people that really don't love us like that, right? You follow me? So at the end of the day, it doesn't mean you can't love your family, but you have to love them. You have to choose to love them from a distance sometimes because that's about mental health for you. That's about setting boundaries for you. You have to learn to say no to them and yes to yourself. Yeah, it means you got to start doing things that edify your mind, edify your body, edify your soul, that help position you to where you say you want to be in life and stop sacrificing everything for people that will not sacrifice not a gosh darn thing for you because the only thing they care about is themselves. I'm going to land my plane with that.
Exactly, and I've actually like seen that like last year and this year, like all people literally care about is themselves only. Like dang, like you so selfish. Like dang, like you can't even like you wouldn't like dang, like you wouldn't even be able to be with nobody because you're so freaking selfish. Like that's how selfish you are. You don't think about nobody else but yourself. Like it's like it's crazy.
I think a lot of times, I think a lot of the times we need to think about ourselves because, especially what motivational was talking about, being a people pleaser. For one, you become a people pleaser, and then they gonna always want you to do something, and the minute you can't do it, those people have a negative reaction towards you not being able to do it, and that's gonna set it off for them showing their true colors. Oh, you can't do this for me, bet blah 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 blah, like all these things about you, but the whole time you was just right there helping them, and none of that was coming up. But now since I can't do it, you mad at me? You
Yeah,
mad now? Now I'm this and now I'm that. I'm just useless now. I'm not good for nothing. But you wasn't saying that when I let you borrow my car though.
yeah,
You
that's
wasn't saying that when you ain't had no food in your house and I came over to put food in your house.
Touch on
Now
it.
that I
Touch
can't
on
do that,
it.
oh, you're a bum. This okay, okay. Keep that same energy. I'm a respectfully remove myself. Don't hit me up after that. Don't call me. Don't text me. Don't come back when your baby daddy beat you the fuck up again and you need somebody to come and protect you. Do not call me because guess what? I'm a bum and I'm not good for nothing. Save that. Cool. Bet. Pop.
wait, hold on, CC and AJ. Like, yes, like you. Like, okay, like, so when somebody start like running their mouth because you can't do something for them, like you would see their true colors. Like, so they start running their mouth because you say like, oh, I can't do this. Then don't do nothing for them no more. Like, all right, so you want to run off at your mouth? Okay, then you don't gotta worry about me no more because I said I can't do this one time. Okay, well, I'm not doing nothing for you no more.
Right. And they be trying to say that you telling us fib, and they be digging in your pockets looking at, oh, well, I know you. I don't care what you think or you know you, that I got. I don't care what you think you know, but the fact still remains, I don't got it right now. I can't help you right now. But you ain't got just, no, I don't. But Miss AJ wanted to speak. I'm a hush.
Oh, okay, okay. No, I think you guys are hitting, nail on the head from up, pretty, sorry, you guys are hitting it. I think the other thing also to remember, or at least something that I had to learn, because again, I used to be, like many of us, people pleasing myself, right? Although mine was more or less just kind of out of survival at times, kind of had to. But the one thing that I've learned is one, not to overextend myself to other people. And then two, when something like that happens, right? Like if I've helped somebody out, it doesn't matter if maybe I helped you get a job, maybe I helped you with $50, maybe I helped you pay your light bill, whatever it is. Right. At the end of the day, I've had to learn not to lay in the beds that other people make. So if I have to be this terrible villain in your story, because the one time I couldn't help you out, then fine, I'll be the villain. I can care less. Right? I can care less. I don't care anymore. Right? You know what I mean? But again, I also don't overextend. So like, because I used to be that person. I used to be that type of person where, matter of fact, I'll even tell you, like, I want to say I was probably like maybe 22, 23. And I was working and I used to like buy people, like groceries and stuff when they could afford it. It was crazy.
If I could speak, this is something. This is something that I've noticed. See, if you, that's why the reason why boundaries is so important, because if you're a person that likes to give, right? If you're a person that has empathy, now this doesn't always happen, but this is the thing. It's like I'm gonna use the scenario of I'm gonna say Superman and Lex Luthor, right? So someone that is a people pleaser is like a Superman, okay? And they will always, okay, please understand this. A lot of times we always attract Lex Luthors. Am I lying? A lot of times when you're a
Not at all.
Superman, you always attract Lex Luthors. And the crazy thing about that is, it's like they what they are. They're like, what do you call them? Like the little hustlers out here, right? Scammers. It's like scammers. It's the energy, and they read it, and they're looking for it, and they read that people pleaser energy on people, and they try to attach themselves to you and just drain everything that they can. And it's our responsibility to reject these people, get them out of our life, create boundaries, and when people cross those boundaries, check them, shut them down. I hear people with compassion and love, and I hear you, but this is when you gotta check them and you gotta shut them down. As soon as they try to cross those boundaries, distance yourself, surround yourself with healthy, positive, loving relationships where people are pouring into you like you're pouring into them. People that are holding you accountable when you are making bad decisions in life, just like you're holding them accountable when they're making bad decisions in life. You got to surround yourself with a healthy group of positive, encouraging, uplifting people for your inner circle that's going to be honest with you and not lie to you and tell you what you want to hear. I'm going to land my plane.
Yeah, I agree with
Preach.
that. I was gonna say I agree with that because I recently had like this whole me and my a family member of mine was on the phone and we were talking and I had this like I guess you want to call it epiphany whatever, and I was like saying the same exact thing like dang like I like it was so much, and I was like just like going and going and going. It was like I can see like you still, and I'm like I still be bothered by certain stuff. Really, I do, but like you said, I surround now. Like some people like, oh, but you don't have any friends, or you don't have any like. Yeah, you don't have any homegirls, or that's a red. Like to me, no, it's not. I have family, and some of the like the family members that I have surrounded around me that I keep myself connected to, or family that if they see me fall, they're gonna catch me. They're not gonna sit there and be like, "But why?" If I call them for anything, they're right there. Just in this vice versa, I'll do the same for them. So those are the ones I keep near me because I've learned the hard way in a lot of different areas that some of these people are just their energies they're like leeches. They're like they will suck every bit of energy out of you. Like it's crazy. And it's like I was in denial for so long. I was in so much denial. And I'm like, dang, I allowed this person to get too close to the point it's like I feel like I can't even really I want to disconnect, but it's like, dang, if I disconnect, it's children involved, and it's like, dang, I don't even want to disconnect myself like that because I love family. So I want my family to stay close, and I want, the kids to know each other and this and that. But it's like, nah, disconnect yourself. That's not even your battle to fight. And I'm like, dang, like that's so bad. But it's like I should have, like you said, Mr. Motivation, I should have checked that before it got to where it's at. Like I should have checked it, and I didn't. I didn't think nothing wrong of the situation at hand when it started happening. I didn't think nothing. But if I could foresee in the future, I would have checked that, and it would have never been the way it is now at all. I would have been like, no, can't have that, can't do that. Like, but now it's just like, dang, I trusted this person to have my back. You supposed to be my ace coon boon. You my BFF. What you mean? Like, nah. If I would have known what I know now, nah, that wouldn't have been done. It wouldn't have been done.
Mhm. Yeah, but I mean, it sucks when that happens, when you're like, man, I really wish this person would have had my back or so on and so forth. It's like that sucks, right? Like I've had that happen so many times. But, I just try to learn from those situations as best I can. And a lot of the time what I've learned is it sounds messed up and it may sound like it's unhealed, but it's like I got to give everybody the benefit of the doubt. But I don't know how to say this without sounding like unhealed. I don't trust people like that, right? And also, like, when it comes to, like, friendships and stuff, like, when it comes to being used, like, sometimes you even have to check that because some people will want to be there for you, but only when you're going through something. But secretly, they never want you to get up, right? They don't want you to get up. They don't want to see you succeed. They don't want to do anything. They want to keep you in that space, right?
Yeah.
Like it's almost like they get off on it. And it's just like, you got to learn, like I had to learn, like, if you're somebody in my life, it's not only just having boundaries for other people so they don't cross it, but then I also had to set boundaries for myself when it comes to other people because I'm a giving person, because I'm one of those people, I'm very understanding. I want to see everybody win. I'm one of those people. I got to have boundaries for myself that I have to follow. I can't just, oh, well, you guys all have to have these boundaries. And then if you don't, you cross these, I got to go. Like, I got to have boundaries for me. Because I'm the type of person, like, without boundaries, I'll do way too much. Way too much, and I will get screwed every damn time. Every time. Were you saying
Yes,
something?
like yes, AJ. like because like because I literally had somebody do that. Like they literally just I don't know, like it was weird. Like they literally just wanted to like be around or like I don't know, like just like be around in my life or something, or just ask me something about my life because it was like negative or something. Like they literally asked me a question about something and I didn't even tell them. I was like I'm just like I wasn't gonna talk about it, and they was like, oh yeah, we're gonna talk about it, and I'm like, no, I'm not. Like we're not talking about it. I said what I said. Like no, we're not. How you gonna tell me we are? Like people really just want to be around just to I don't know, like just to know some negative stuff, but like nothing positive. And also like what Motivational had said, like, also like on what you had said, motivational, like when you was like, you need to be around people like who would tell you the truth and not lie to you. Like, yeah, like that's what I say all the time. Like, people want you to lie to them because they lie to themselves and other people lie to them. Like, I'm not going to lie to you, so you gonna be
And the
mad.
key,
I'm going like you're gonna be
I'm
mad because I'm gonna tell you the truth, and you gonna say I'm bashing you or judging you. Like, oh well, baby. Like,
and
you gonna hear it.
yeah, and the key is it's from a loving place, right? Like I'm okay. So the context is I'm not saying this to tear you down for the sake of tearing you down, right, Nay? I'm saying this for the sake of I want to see you win in life, right, Nay? I want to see you win in every area of your life. I want to see you win with your mental health, with your spiritual health, with your physical health. I want to see you win with your financial literacy. I want to see you win with increasing your financial earning ability. So because of that, from a place of love, I will give loving and honest criticism so you can improve different areas of your life to get better results. I'm not criticizing for the sake of criticizing to tear you down. Like I don't receive joy from the tearing you down. I'm gonna land my plane.
Yeah, yeah, right. Like, I definitely like, yeah, like I agree and understand. Like, but people can't even take criticism nowadays. Like, you just like try to talk to them and have a conversation, and yeah, and yeah, and like about them, like also like bettering, like you said, like whatever, like bettering their life, like not like tearing them down or just saying like, oh, like, well, you're doomed, like you're dumb, like not like that, like, but yeah, like, but like people get offended, like even when you try to just talk to them normal, like why are you mad? Like it just be stuff like that. Like you can't even take normal criticism. It's just crazy.
Okay, it's down to AJ, and then after that, I have something to say after that, and then we have to get to the sacrifice.
Well, that's actually why I'm coming off mute because I gotta drop soon. I gotta go in tomorrow, but I'm gonna go ahead and just answer the last two real quick, and then I don't know where Kev went, but
Kev is knocked out right now.
Kev, you little shit, you, I swear.
Kev
Uh,
snoring.
oh, he's snoring and whatnot. I thought I heard you fart. Um,
Dang, not that part.
not that part. 'Cause I ain't, you know, look, you supposed to be asleep. I don't know shit.
That
But anyway,
that
I'm
part.
gonna
That
answer the
part.
last part. What are you willing to sacrifice? As far as what? Like as far as getting to a goal,
All right, so
Anything.
you mean
protecting a
like
Anything
boundary,
that come to
like
your mind first.
I mean what comes to my mind are the things I'm not willing to sacrifice. Like I'm not willing to sacrifice my peace. Nope. It's not gonna happen. I'm not going to sacrifice me any longer. I've done that for I don't know, over 30 years. That's annoying. So I mean if we talk on that, but what I'm willing to sacrifice, you know, to be better is well, I guess right now, I guess what I'm willing to sacrifice being right and arguing. Right? If you need to, I'm not arguing with nobody. If you need to believe that the sky is purple, the sky is purple. I'm not fighting you. Like this, I got other shit I gotta do. I ain't got time. Your girl does not have time for that. So it's kind of where I'm at when it comes to that. Um, what image would you like to be known as when your time's up? The only thing that concerns me as far as that goes is really the only thing I want to leave behind is just knowing that I left a positive impact on somebody. That's it. I don't even care if it's just one person, but there was some form of positive impact, and that's the reason why I move the way that I do. I try to be as respectful and as kind, as compassionate as possible. Of course, yes, with boundaries, yes, they just willing to give you that tough love, but I'm willing to be real like that because I'd rather know that I left behind that. I can't You know what I mean? Yeah, whatever. I can make all the money, whatever, leave that to other people, but none of that stuff I can take with me. The one thing, at least, I want to be able to take with me is just knowing that I possibly impacted one person. So this where I'm at, but I'm gonna throw it back over to y'all, and yeah, I'm gonna drop. I hope y'all have a wonderful night.
Good night,
Um,
Jay.
I'll be in the comments, tippity tapping. If y'all can, tippity tapping, please, please, please. And make sure you're giving everybody a follow up here, 'cause everybody up here is amazing. Yeah.
Thanks, AJ.
Okay. Have a good night. CC, you're next. Oh wait, I said I had something to say after. My bad. I apologize for that, CC. Um, I want to say this. When you're around people and it's like a collective group of people, right? And no matter, it doesn't matter how long you've known them. It doesn't matter how much they they think they've done for you. It does not matter about like the amount of people it is. I'm gonna say this: if those people do not have your best interest at heart, cut them off completely. You don't need those people in your life because, like I was telling Kev earlier when he first went live and I joined, I was telling him how I was basically like ranting on Instagram on my stories because I had certain people around me to the point where if I was happy with something, those people would get jealous over and they try to ruin it by doing the stupid stuff like telling people that I was already in a relationship or I cheat on people or I have too many females that I talk to or something like that, like petty because I feel like I'm happy with where I am and everything like that. Like they try to go behind my back and do all this and all that, and then they come and sit in front of me and act like they didn't do anything at all. But in reality, I already knew everything that was happening. Cut those people off. Those people do not want to see you win. They want to see you down all the time. And I'm not gonna, especially if I see it from somebody else, I'm gonna allow those people to. I'm gonna have a conversation with somebody who's going through the same thing, and I'm gonna say no, don't say nothing. Just sit back, watch, and 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 pay attention to what is gonna happen. And once it gets to that point, you dead that, and then you cut it off completely. Because one thing that I need them to know, for one, you're not gonna have one up on me at all. I pay attention to every little thing, every tiny little detail. No matter what you think it may be or how small you think it may be, I'm paying attention. I'm paying to every little thing. Cut those people off. Those people, like that's what I have to do now. I have to get in the cutoff stage, and it's sad because I really didn't want to do the cutoff stage, but now that I see that it's getting bad, I have to cut all of those people off because I'm not gonna let those people ruin something that I have that's actually good just because they wanted to laugh or just because they wanted to feel good about themselves. No, mm-mm. Cut off immediately. Don't care about how long we've been friends. Don't care about how long we've been family. Don't care about how much you think you did for me. Don't care about how much y'all think I did for you. If you decide that you want to harm my reputation on the internet because you want to sit down and laugh, then you do not respect me, and I do not have to respect you at all. You gonna hear about yourself disrespectfully, and then you're gonna get cut off, and then you will have no ties to me at all, regardless of what you think may happen. I don't care. Cut off. But now my bad. It's up to you, CC, with the sacrifice.
Okay. What are you willing to? Well, when I think about sacrificing, I guess if it's according to the topic, I do Mr. Motivation and put it something in the comments. I agree with. I'm willing to I don't know if this is, I don't want to throw back up, but I was thinking too that I wanted to sacrifice the old me to become a new me. But I also think of it in a way of that, you know, when it comes down to my children, I'm willing to sacrifice myself for them. My spouse, I'll go down with him. If we go down together. If I think about what Miss AJ was saying also is that, like, on the other side, she can think of what she's not willing to sacrifice. I agree with, I'm not willing to sacrifice my peace anymore for someone else. But what I am willing to sacrifice is, yeah, I'm willing to sacrifice the old me to become a new me. And when I say old me, I'm saying in a way like I'm sacrificing all the bad things to become a better me. And that can, like, you know, like I said, like me being a people pleaser, I'm willing to sacrifice that to be able to be more mentally stable for myself, help myself, I guess I want to say, like, strive, do better. Yeah, I think that's, I'm willing to sacrifice in people in my life in order to have a happier, healthier me. If they are causing me not to be happy or a healthier me. And I'll land.
Okay. Motivational. You could go next.
All right, so and I'm gonna do a quick run through, okay? So I do want to do a quick run through because I know you guys are on what are you willing to sacrifice? Well, I saw the questions before, so a quick run through, just very quickly. How do you know if you're being used, good or bad? One, I don't. Unfortunately, I think sometimes we have to go through bad experiences to realize we are being used, go through the process of healing, go through the process of getting a backbone, go through the process of learning how to create boundaries, but then also uphold those boundaries when people try to cross them. Again, check people. Don't let them get away with crossing your boundaries. So that's that talking point. What are your reasons people would not see they are being used negatively? Because of how you view the other person. Many times we're basing our response or our reaction based off of our feelings that we're projecting upon someone else. But we're not taking into consideration how they view us, how they see us, how they see us in their life. Are we a resource? Are we someone important to us, important to them? Or are we someone that they desire to use for some sort of resource, but they could care less for us or about us? So it's a lot of times we're not trying to understand what their perspective is towards us, and we're just looking at them from our perspective, how we view them. So that's that talking point. Where do your boundaries come from? I think hopefully you learn how to create boundaries because you get sick and tired of being used, abused, mistreated, and allow people to drain you dry of all the different resources because, well, you just get sick and tired of being sick and tired. And hopefully you learn to how to, again, cut people off that are users, people that don't care about you, abusers, mistreaters. You learn how to cut them off. And you go through a process of healing, then you create healthy boundaries that you hold yourself accountable to ensuring that you keep those boundaries. And if again someone crosses those boundaries, you check them and you let them know, hey, it's not happening. You're not crossing. There's certain things you're just not going to do because you're not going to do them with me, period. Okay, and now on to the question. What are you willing to sacrifice? I think I'm gonna go back to I'm willing to sacrifice bad habits. Anything that keeps me from the goals or the places or the places in which I want to go in life. Anything that keeps me from the goals or the places I want to go in life. I'm willing to get rid of those bad habits to create new habits, which are positive habits that help me accomplish every single one of my goals for myself, for my family, for my children, for my wife, and for legacy purpose. And I'm laying my plane with that.
Okay. Okay, okay.
Um,
Go
what
ahead.
I'm willing to sacrifice. Okay, so what Angel said, like the arguing, I'm willing to sacrifice because, well, like I know, like you would have arguments with somebody, but like that should never be like. I mean, like it should not be like anything like toxic, anyways. Or if it's like that, then yeah, you need to get away from them. But also like neatness or um like yeah, like neatness, like perfect, like because like yeah, like I like stuff like clean. Why does it look like a mess? Like please. So yeah, like I mean like I can sacrifice that. Um and
Uh, but I don't know whether to move on or not.
are you
Okay,
gonna
you
post
got.
it, Mark? Okay, who's next?
Okay, I want to get Honest next, solely because she answered all the other questions, and then Jonah, we could get you last, so you could go through all the other ones before we move on to the last one. Honest, hey, honest.
My bad. I'm over here trying to feed my dog. What we doing?
It's
What we
it's
doing?
the
the
sacrifice.
third. So you got the one in red and then the three questions in white. It's the third question
Nah, I
down
already
that we're
did.
answering.
I already did the first two. Cause I was up in here earlier. Um, where do your boundaries come from? I think they come from shit, it depends. How you was brought up. I got my boundaries from my family.
No,
That's how
the one after that.
Yeah, honest.
well,
You did this one already.
no, I ain't do the boundaries.
What? Huh? Wait. Okay, now I'm getting confused because I could have sworn you were in here when we were doing
Nah,
boundaries.
I was probably in here, but I wasn't I ain't speak on it.
Okay,
But
my bad.
yeah, back up off me. Back up. No, I'm playing. But why are you willing to sacrifice? Shit. Damn. I sacrifice a lot. Uh, I think shit, that's a good question. But fat girl, calm down. Hold on. Somebody coming up my stairs. Chill out.
Um,
She
what?
got a pit.
Nah, she ain't no pit. She got pit in her, but she a French bully.
She a big dog. She sound big.
Yeah, yeah, she is. She got weight on her.
I'd have been at the bottom of the steps. Oh, girl, your dog, girl. Ooh, that's a big dog.
But why are you willing to sacrifice? I'll say when it comes to family, Well, it depends what family members. uh, I'm willing to sacrifice a lot, depending on the situation. Um, I'm gonna come back to that one though. What
Mhm.
image would you like to be known as when your time is up? I ain't never been asked something like that. I think the image I just wanna to say I just want I don't know. As long as I'm pleasing to God, that's all I really care about. I really don't care about holding up an image far as life. I just think as long as I came here to do what I was supposed to do, you know, far as head towards my purpose, headed towards, you know, building loving, caring, cherishing my family, respecting my parents, you know. As long as my family know that I generally I really love them, and you know I have fun. That's what matters to me. I don't really. I'm not tripping off the title, if that makes sense.
Okay,
If
okay.
it don't, it don't. It's cool.
Jonah, you can answer all the way up until sacrifice.
Okay, great. So the first question, reasons people would not. Okay, hold on. I'm reading the first question. Sorry. What are reasons people would?
What are you doing here? We're getting explosives to destroy the planet. Why would you want to do that?
I think people know when they're being used negatively. I think they just don't follow the signs, and so I mean, I really don't. I mean, I can't speak for other people, but I can only speak for me. So that's how I feel on that question. What are the boundaries? Where do boundaries come from? I feel like boundaries, I think we misinterpret them. Boundaries are for you. So they are what I set for myself. And I think that comes from a lot of different aspects of life. It can come from your parents. It can come from just things that you've been through. It can come from just normal life lessons. That's where boundaries come from. But you learn to set boundaries for yourself. You learn to know where you will go and the extent that you will go for you. Has nothing to do with anybody else. Boundaries are always for yourself. Where will you go? What will you allow for you? And then learning to set those boundaries and then applying consequences. I think a lot of times we apply boundaries for us, but when people cross our boundaries, we don't apply consequences to them for crossing our boundaries, right? We just let it be because we take it on the responsibility. Well, it's my fault, whatever the case may be. But I'm learning to set consequences for when I set boundaries for myself and you choose to cross them. That's necessarily on me. There comes a consequence that comes with that, and applying those consequences to when boundaries are broken. I think we miss that a lot of times. That's just me, and I digress on that part of it. The third question is, what am I willing to sacrifice? I don't know what you mean by what am I willing to sacrifice. I don't know where that question's coming from, or I don't understand the question. What am I willing to sacrifice? Sacrifice for what?
Okay, basically look at it as in like in general in any situation that you have, like let's say relationship wise, let's say of you more so going for your goals, or along those terms of where you
So what am I willing to sacrifice for a relationship?
it could be whatever comes to your mind of when you think about sacrificing, what situations you have to sacrifice in.
Okay, I guess. I don't really. When it comes to relationship, what am I willing to sacrifice? Why do it has to be so? I'm just gonna look at it from the glass half full. Nothing's ever really a sacrifice. There's choices and consequences to come. Here's my theory. I just end with this.
let me see, how do I want to put this? Your choice reveals your value. So choices you make reveal your value. So when it comes to sacrifices or whatever, the choices you make reveal your value. So I guess even when it comes to sacrificing, if you sacrifice, you made a choice, it reveals your value. I don't know exactly, how to break down, you made it a general thing. What am I willing to sacrifice? I don't really know unless there's, we're talking about a certain situational criteria, but even with that, choice reveals value. And I think that answers that question. Whatever you choose reveals your value. And whatever you value is what you value. And so you'll sacrifice for whatever you value. If that makes any sense, you can agree or disagree with that. But I believe that at the end of the day, choice reveals value. So whatever you choose is what you value. And you'll sacrifice for what you value. So I hope I answered that question. So I digress.
Okay. You have one more. How do you know if you're being used, good or bad? Good, good or bad, or good and bad? That's the last one.
I'm sorry. I thought it was imagine what you would be like.
Okay, so the
Imagine what image
what's it?
would you like to be.
Hold
You
on.
don't
Is
answer.
is the you see the part that's in the red with the yellow writing or the yellow
Oh,
text?
how do you know
That's
if you're
also
being used?
included into it.
Okay, how do I know that I'm being used? I mean, if you watch people action, and what they say tells you if you're being used or not. I think that sometimes we overlook or we give people passes when we shouldn't give them passes. And then when we realize that, dang, I was being used, we don't take accountability to the fact that we seen the red flags or we seen when they used us, because people reveal themselves in their actions and what they say and what they do, period. A lot of times we overlook it, and then we don't take a responsibility for us overlooking, we don't take accountability for, you know what, I seen your behavior, because your behavior tells you, someone's behavior tells you if they're using you or if you're being used. We can choose to overlook it. We can choose to make excuses. I mean, a lot of times we do. And we say, oh, no, that's not what they meant by that. No, believe what they say they do. Believe when they tell you who they are, because that's who they are. You can accept it and then put them in a category of, this is who this person is, and I'm going to deal with them accordingly. Or we can ignore it, and then that's when we come in with, oh, I didn't know. Oh, my God, you used me. No, they didn't use you. You allowed yourself to be used because they told you who they were when they first showed you. You just chose not to accept it. Sometimes we just need to take accountability to what people already show us about who they are. We don't want to accept it because we always want to believe the good in people and want to believe, oh, no, this is not what they meant. But no, that's what you meant because that's who you are. And sometimes we just need to learn to accept it. So I believe that that's when you know that you're being used, when you see the first sign and you accept it instead of justifying it or making excuse for. When you see the first sign, then you know you're being used. Anything after that, then you allow yourself to be used. So you can't blame nobody but yourself. But a lot of times we want to blame everyone else for the fact that we got used when that person already showed us who they were out the gate. We chose not to look. We chose not to receive. We chose not to believe. And now here we are feeling used. So you're only used because you did not take the time to acknowledge the first sign of the possibility of you being used. You see people, you got to believe what they show you versus what they say sometimes. And I digress.
Okay. Um, Lawless, you have the floor. You have the very top question all the way to the sacrifice.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Y'all have to forgive me. I'm a little sick today. Hey, what up, Kev? Thanks for having me, bro. All right. So, first question: how do you know if you're being used? When she tell me her money is hers, my money is hers. Simple as that. What are reasons people would not see they are they are being used negatively. I would say that person wouldn't have confidence when it comes to appreciating themselves, and people feed off that. If you don't appreciate yourself and you don't have the confidence to say no, people will use you half to death. Where do you let me see, what are your let me look at this closer. Where do your boundaries come from? Come from my pride, because whatever I don't want to do, I ain't doing it. I don't care what nobody say. That's my pride. What are you willing to sacrifice? My left shoe, to be honest. I ain't sacrificing nothing else. What image would you like to be known as when your time is up? To be honest, this one for me is like, I don't really care, is because whether you do good, people still talk about you bad. But if you do bad, they talk about you good. If you pass, they talk about you good at your funeral, even if you were bad. So it kind of don't matter. My legacy is my legacy, and I want my legacy to be only for me and what I believe in or whatever I want. What everybody else think of me, that don't even matter to me, to be honest. To sum up everything.
Okay. We gonna move on to the last. Appreciate you for saying what you were saying. We're gonna go to the last question. Cece, you could take off.
Okay. What image would you like to be known as when your time is up? Well, I have an image that I would like to, like, okay, for my children, I have to break it down because I got a family. So for my kids, I would like to be, the image that I would like for them to know me as is a loving, caring, supportive mother, a mother